Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on the midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song. In the old neighborhood, as the clock strikes one and the memory lives just as it stood.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host / professor. If you haven't already enrolled for this quarter of Negrology 101, please make sure you enroll. Hit the like and let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, well, today, what is the topic? I know some of you are already wondering what is going to be the topic here. And the question is, I said, here's how the Atlantic slave trade actually happened. Because you see, some people might be like, oh, we are in 2024. Why are these people talking about slavery? Well, the way I learned slavery is in terms of history. But there were different kinds of slavery. And slavery was all over the world. If you remember, I did a show here about the Irish being enslaved in America. The Indians were enslaved as well. So the reason why the African slavery in the Americas seemed to still persist and why it's highly mentioned is because of how it happened and the amount of people, meaning slaves, that were transported. And if you grow up in Africa, to many, this is a distant past, and rightfully so. That's what history was like. That's how those people lived. The Europeans discovered America. They needed workers. So one way that people used slaves as was either workers. Like in the Arab world, they had slaves too. In fact, slavery have been around for thousands of years. And it's not unique to Africans. Africans themselves owned slaves. Some probably still do own slaves. And I will explain. So if you are not one of the people who came from people who were enslaved elsewhere, who were once owned, sometimes your understanding of it all, some people create a fantasy of how they think slavery happened. I've even heard people say, like, it's just Some Africans were walking down on the beach and the white man came and kidnapped them. Clearly, you know, individuals that think like that have been watching too many movies. And then you have the story that you are told in school. For instance, they would say, oh, the Africans are the victims and the white people are the bad guys. And clearly, they don't even mention the Arabs at all. So it seems like people gathered together and shook hands on what the story will be. So you have people in the Americas whose ancestors were those slaves. Some of them, they resent people that are coming directly from Africa. In reality, the people today themselves, none of them are slaves, or the Africans they seen were not slave merchants. It's just like today. It is not all Africans back in those days who were slave merchants. The Europeans were trading with Africans, and they traded many, many different commodities, which included slaves. Yes, you heard this. Before the Europeans came to the coast, there was slavery there. Long, long ago, like I said, thousands of years, no one knows however long. You can read books about even like in the ancient Egyptians, they had slaves. You see? But if you try to analyze it in today's world, or say, you look at it in terms of, good or bad, then you would miss the real point. We have to be realistic here. So over here today, I would bring you the real story, without telling you some BS story about, oh, it was just some, innocent Africans, riding their horse on the beach side. Oh, tell you a Kunta Kinte story. It was just some African, just chilling and got kidnapped. That did happen, of course, because think about it. It was a trade. There was reward to sell people. But ask yourself, selling diamonds, you get money. There's some countries in Africa, they have diamond gold. There are people benefiting from this. There are people who are in this business. It's not everyone. You would see that majority of those people in that country will not be benefiting, but that doesn't mean there isn't players. Because the foreigners that are coming, the white people, I mean, come on, no matter how smart they are, they don't know the place. They don't know the language. They are meeting with the merchants there. And let me bring this from an excerpt. I recommend this book for you this quarter. This is called Where the Negroes Are Masters. So this book talks about, it's called An African Port in the Era of the Slave Trade. So we would go back to the slave trade back then, because the question is, did the Africans on the coast, did they participate? Did they kidnap people? However way it happened, there's a reason why it's called trade. I'm going to read an excerpt from this book here. It is written about a slave port in the Gold Coast, present-day Ghana. So it's going to mention, because there is a tribe, like the tribes that are involved, like this, the Fanti tribe that live in this area on the coast called Anamabo. So I'm going to read a sentence here, like the laws at the time, in Anamabo. and there were merchants. So it says here, let me read this. It said Fanti merchant families enslaved tens of thousands of men, women, and children over the long course of the trade from Anamabo. Fanti slave traders, like the European counterparts. So it wasn't all white people who also Europeans. It doesn't mean every white person was a slave trader. Most people don't know, they know nothing about it. It's just few Europeans traveling to Africa, and they meet their fellow merchants. There were people specifically, it's like selling, like having car dealerships, right? So these people, this is what their job was. So it says Fanti slave traders, like their European counterparts, believed that the enslaved men, women, and children had no family rights. They were bound to respect. Like, so people that had the slaves, even on the coast, they didn't see them as having any rights, family rights that they need to respect. Obviously, if they respected it, they wouldn't sell them. So my point is, these are not obviously the same people. These tens of thousands of men, women, and children that this book speaks of did not come from that community, did not come from there. So these people came from afar, because think about it, they have to wait for the slave ship. Even though we weren't there, but common sense would tell you because they have to keep them in those castles for months. So it would be impossible to be able to keep actual natives who are from that town, for you to be able to keep them there, which makes sense. You can't hold them prisoners. Obviously, they have their families, friends, and you from that community. So if you look at it in the thumbnail, this is why when you see slave books written about slavery, is always like they are trekking, walking distance, because they get the slaves and move them far away from their actual origin, so that they cannot fight back, or their friends revolt, or maybe it's like some tribe, smaller tribe, they conquered far away. And so now when the Europeans showed up, it made it easier. Now, instead of spending years to worry about, fighting the insurgency, just sell them off. And they needed men, because the Europeans had plantations. They need plantation workers. So the Arabs get mostly women, because they need to fill up their harems in the Ottoman Empire. We would get to that another day. Today we're dealing with the European. So they believe these people didn't have any rights that they needed to respect. So it says here, they were bound to respect. So, but when members, listen to this, right? When members of their own families were kidnapped or enslaved, they used every means at their disposal to have them returned. This is the Fanti tribe. So there were people who, in fact, were enslaved, and their families, if they're from the slave trading port areas, they were powerful enough to get them returned. And historians have recognized that by 1820, this is the number, right? About 10 million Africans had been transported to the New World, the largest forced migration ever, right? So we are not speaking on this topic in terms of good or bad or indifferent. It's not like a theory is going to be set here. This is something that's already happened. No need to fantasize about it. So over 10 million Africans by 1820 was shipped out. So that's one of the reasons why the African enslavement was a bit talked about, because there were willing sellers and willing buyers, but were all Africans slave traders? What was the culture like in some of these areas? Well, we have a short documentary that I'm going to analyze, because even here in America, there are people claiming, like they would say they are FBA, right? Some would say they are Indians. Some say they were already here. We're going to find out if they were already here or not. But one thing we know for sure, millions of Africans were sold into slavery across the Atlantic. Now let's find out, did Africans play a role in the Atlantic slave trade? If so, what would you make of that? So let me do my fair use here, and we would go right into this short documentary. Get the likes up so we, show, so that a lot more people can come in. Invite your friends to come and receive, a free education here. All right. Now we're going to start this. So back in those days, like there were vassal states, little kingdoms, and you know how people like to talk about, like you would see people brag about, say Mansa Musa was one of the richest men. He was the richest man alive at that time, right? How did you think Mansa Musa became rich? Mansa Musa had slaves, plenty of slaves. In one of his voyage to Saudi Arabia to go observe the pilgrimage there, because Mansa Musa was Muslim. And you can read where Mansa Musa gave away, 1,000 slaves to the Arabs. And on his way, that he went with thousands of them. I mean, the book describes, and it matches the oral tradition. And I'm not saying how anyone should feel about it, but this is what happened, right? So from Mansa Musa's time, slavery was on. Before Mansa Musa, there was slave. So generation upon generation, many were slaves, and new territories were conquered. And before I start this document, there are people here, like pro-blacks would say, they would be like, oh, the African slavery wasn't bad. No, there were, like I said, different kinds of slavery. Some people, they still technically, they are slaves, even though their country law says no slavery. You cannot force somebody. But generationally, they are slaves, where these people from, time immemorial, they would work for a certain family. Those families provide for them. They eventually, those people are under their control. But you see, they will not, for instance, they apply the slave codes, because if they are considered of the slave caste, the slave will not be able to marry in the higher class. Like, if those people are the ones that are considered, they inherited those people from their great grandparents. So it's by bloodline, and that still exists. So when you explain that, for instance, when you look at the American slavery, if you, like, for instance, understand the oral tradition of slavery, which I had the privilege to know about that, and I read lots of books, and it matches the oral tradition, common sense, and what I see in front of me. So hopefully this documentary will help you understand reality versus the myth you have created for yourself. And we would find out if FBA would be able to have a claim to reparation, because if they are part of the group of the weak African tribes who lost the war, because hey, that's not me saying this, and this is not this on anyone, but the people who were put on that slave ship were the ones that lost, because if they didn't lose, they wouldn't have put them in chains. Like they would fight, and different tribes, they would fight. The stronger tribe wins. And we know the rest of the story, right? So let's see how the transatlantic slave trade actually happened and how African conquered African.
In many different forms throughout history. The reduction of another human being to the status of property used for labor at the command of another has been a feature of almost every society on Earth until the 19th century or so. No system of slavery has attracted more attention than the transatlantic slave trade, established by Europeans to provide slave labor for their American colonies. Around 12 million souls were taken from Africa and forced onto perilous journeys across the Atlantic, where they and their descendants were condemned to a life of servitude. However, retellings of the horrors of Atlantic slavery too often turn into stories of how Europeans alone determined the course of that history.
So we're just beginning. Get the likes up. So most people, if you look at it, the story that people want to tell is the role that the European alone played. Like the European dictated it. So because see, common sense would tell you, like, if the word trade is used anywhere, trade it means exchange between two people, not one individual exchanging with yourself. You're exchanging with someone. That's what trade is. So let's look at how this trade happened and how the products for this trade were acquired. Here we go.
In reality, Africans were not just passive victims. Millions of them were slaves, but many others profited from, produced, and protected that slave trade. In this video, we look at the untold story of the African slave trade. Stick around until the end to learn how some of Africa's greatest kingdoms were built on the profits of slavery, and how Africans fought tooth and nail to protect it from the abolitionist European empires.
See, I told this story before without video, and people were mad. I remember even the Africans, the Africans did not sell Africans. And you ask them, how did it happen? Because like the Europeans could not go inland. The Arabs could, because they had immunity to malaria. At the time, the Europeans did not discover, the medicine for malaria. So European could not enter the territory. So they had to deal with African traders. So here we go.
Slavery has existed in Africa for as long as recorded history. Ancient Egypt had slaves toiling away in its fields and on its monuments. Ancient Carthage trafficked in slaves across the Mediterranean, and the Ethiopian kings of Aksum wrote proudly of the slaves they took in war. Slaves were also exported from Africa for centuries before Europeans arrived. The trans-Saharan slave trade lasted for over
So you've got, like, you would get some African Muslims who would tell, oh no, the Arabs never, Muslims never, they don't practice slavery. Well, you are fooled, okay? Prior to the, transatlantic slave trade. It was the Arabs. And when you look at the map, right, the West Africans were the last to be taken out of the continent. So during the Caliphate here, the West Africans, they just like right here, see, this is the map, this is Mauritania here, and this is like Senegal and Gambia. So all these West African regions were not touched by outside. So mostly it was the Bantus, up east where the Arabs traded them, the Ethiopians, the Somalis, you got the Amazigh here. So these people went through all kinds of slavery. Imagine from the Roman Empire. So right here below sub-Saharan, like where we come from, this area wasn't touched yet. At the time, the people, they had their own kingdoms, black conquering black. The stronger black empire conquers the other one. You guys heard about the Ghana Empire, I'm pretty sure, the first strongest empire. That's the people that set that up. That's the people I come from, right? I'm not saying this to make anyone feel any type of way, but just from what I read in the history and oral history that was passed on. And boy, oh boy, I know the history like the back of my hand. But so like right here, the Trans-Saharan did happen, way before this one. Shipping people through the, to the Americas, because America was not even discovered by the Europeans. America is fairly new for those of you who don't know. That's why it was called the New World. I get it. Yes, there were native Indians that lived here, but they really did not, their history, we don't know much about it prior to that, prior to the European coming. They themselves can tell you, but you won't know much about what America was like before the Europeans got here. So here we go.
1,000 years and dragged about 10 million people across the desert to be slaves in the Islamic world. The Indian Ocean also had a similarly long-lasting ocean-going slave trade, with about 5 million ending up in slave ships, bound and branded for use in foreign lands. These slaves ended up as laborers, domestic servants, soldiers, or more. Male slaves in the Islamic world were typically castrated, which meant that new slaves had to be regularly imported to maintain the population.
So technically, the Arabs, more black Africans were shipped into the Arab world than into the Americas. But the reason why you're not going to see many blacks in that part of the world, because they could not reproduce themselves because they were castrated. They call them eunuchs. So they would use the men to be security for their harems, like they would bring the African women. So here we go.
For this video, we'll focus on Western Africa, where the Atlantic slave trade was centered. West Africa was removed from the Indian Ocean trade and mostly secure from Islamic slave raids, but slavery was still a feature of life there long before the Atlantic slave trade began. A succession of powerful empires occupied the region, which all rested on complex slave systems. The Ghanaian Empire from the 3rd to the 13th century began a tradition of powerful West African imperial states. And
so those of you that would say, brag and say, oh, Mansa Musa, the empires that you speak of back in these times, how do you think they built those empires? You think they were giving paychecks to those people in those mines, getting the gold out? Those people carrying all the heavy loads, picking up those emperors? You think they were giving them paychecks and, health insurance? No, that wasn't a thing. You do as they say. And even when the king dies, you get to be sacrificed with the king, and as you would see in some of these cultures. So here we go.
Built much of its wealth through trans-Saharan trading of slaves or goods acquired through slave labor. The salt, copper, and gold that made the Mali Empire and Mansa Musa fabulously wealthy were all extracted with slave labor. Domestic slavery was also common, and Mali was known to import female slaves from the Mediterranean to act as domestic servants in the households of the elite.
So you guys didn't know this, right? You didn't know that there were Africans, like, for example, Mansa Musa, like in Mali back then, they had rich elites in their empires. They would buy slaves from North African markets, let's say Libya, Cairo. So the rich Africans were buying those servants and having them in their palace. It's like for prestige. This is how those people lived back in those days.
Elites. Most of the slaves were acquired through conquest of neighboring kingdoms, or tribal groups who were too weak to defend themselves from the organized imperial militaries. Successor empires like the Songhay, Jollof, and Kabu inherited the social and economic structures of slavery and continued to acquire slaves as they scrambled to establish their own territories. Elites in these empires used slaves as a status symbol, and ownership of slaves came to represent someone's wealth and power.
So, did you hear that? So, owning slaves was a status symbol. So, people who used to say, oh, yeah, the Africans, owning other Africans wasn't as bad as being put on a plantation. Well, let's find out if this is in fact true.
Slavery took many different forms in West Africa. Some worked the land or the mines, others served as soldiers or even political advisors. In some places, slaves were permitted to own land that they cultivated in their free time and might earn enough from this land to buy their own freedom. In other places, the lot of slaves.
So, this is what some people would usually tell you. They are like, oh, but in the Africans, when they enslave you, you can buy back your freedom. Well, it's not always everywhere. So did you hear how that is possible? How are you going to buy back your freedom if you are a slave and you have no way of making money, like somebody owns you? So that makes no sense. But the way they explain this one here, like there are some people who are landowners. They have slaves. The slaves would work for them, but then they would allow the slave also to cultivate the land and keep the proceeds for themselves. So slaves that find themselves in those situations, eventually buys their freedom back. You see? So this condition was not always the same for every slave.
Slaves was more miserable. In Benin, for example, slaves were regularly sacrificed to mark important occasions like the anniversary of a king's death. All of this.
Did you guys hear that? Some of you thought I was lying. So, yeah, in some of the cultures, yeah, they would sacrifice slaves to honor like the festival or the death of a king. Just like the Aztecs. People practiced weird and crazy cultures in some of these areas.
This is to say that when Europeans arrived, they did not find an empty land of scattered peoples ripe for enslavement, but complex societies and slave-holding empires whose roots were even older than those of the Europeans themselves. The Atlantic slave trade was started by the Portuguese in the mid-15th century. Originally, slaves were taken to Europe, but this...
So, you hear this, right? When the slavery started, the Portuguese started it. So all that stuff that some of those blacks coming up lying, talking about the slave trade didn't happen their origin to America, well, you see it. At first, when the Portuguese started taking slaves, they were taking them to Europe, to European countries. They were selling them over there before they started coming to America. They didn't have no Africans in the Americas at the time. So here we go. The Portuguese, the Spanish, those Europeans were the first to bring Africans to the Americas. And like some people say, oh, Mansa Abubakar traveled through the Atlantic. Okay, like that's just like how like people write stories, and this story is supposed to be big, but it's only the people that want to feel good somehow have found these books or written about it. Other people outside of that talk about reality, smart people that do research, have never wrote about this, and the logic didn't make sense either. Because even today, right, in today's day and age, let me tell you, you've heard about like Africans crossing the Mediterranean Sea, or people taking boats from the coast of the Gambia or Senegal, and these boats, they would travel in it all the way to Spain. I mean, the Canary Islands, which is under Spain. You can literally look this up. This is happening as we speak. But those people traveling on those boats, like, because they don't have GPS, they just know like they're hoping to hit the Canary Islands. But when you look at the map, some people miss those islands, and their boat steers towards Brazil. It goes towards Brazil in the Americas, and they can't be found. So are you telling me those people, like that king from the 11th century, living in an area that's mostly desert, they had the idea to be able to build a boat that can cross from the coast of West Africa to the Americas? I mean, I don't buy it. I do not buy it. Logic doesn't agree with it. So here we go.
Changed in 1526, when the first Portuguese ships carried slaves across the Atlantic to their new American colonies. However, the vision of Europeans landing on an African shore, frightening a tribe of natives into submission, and dragging them in chains to their ship is not representative of what happened for most slaves. Some slaves were indeed taken in European slave raids, but the vast majority were sold to the Europeans by other Africans. The European arrival in West Africa came at the same time as the collapse of the Mali Empire. Various splinter states scrambled over each other to seize territory for themselves. The Europeans, with their firearms, offered these competing rulers a potential advantage over their enemies. In turn, the huge amounts of captives that these kingdoms acquired in their wars were useful currency to trade with the Europeans. Additionally, the other goods like cloth and ceramics that the Europeans brought were status symbols that the new African elite could use to showcase their wealth and power.
Those of you that are saying, oh, you don't believe it. I mean, it's not about believe or not. This actually did happen. Okay, this did happen. I mean, they've exchanged, like the goods and services. Mostly goods. They exchange slaves, not only slaves, but gold, ivory, animal skin. But when they discovered America needed people to work in plantations to grow sugarcane or pick cotton, then they started selling a lot more people. Let's spellcaster the Africanus report. I'm not doubting you. It's the video you play. No, see, the video is used, as a depiction, but the way it's been presented and framed is based in truth. That's a fact. It's based in truth. Like the transatlantic slave trade coincided with the fall of the Mali Empire, the Songhai. So the guy's speaking the truth here.
Different peoples responded in different ways to the opportunities of European slave trading. The Kingdom of Congo made contact with Portuguese explorers in 1483 and traded thousands of slaves every year. The slaving relationship between the two powers was sophisticated and mutually beneficial. For example, Congolese King Alfonso I saw the Portuguese as a useful outlet for the excess slaves he acquired during his expansionary wars.
Did you see what I was saying? So people who say, oh, Alfonso, from the Congo area, he became Christian, right? So what he was doing, so he wanted to get rid of the excess slaves from the kingdoms that he conquered. So the Portuguese, when they came in, think about it, it's like, hey, you're getting rid of my problem, and you're on top of that, you're gonna pay me. So he was trading with the Portuguese. So the Portuguese kept needing more and more, but he had, eventually depleted, the slaves he had. So Alfonso, he was thinking, okay, they're just getting rid of my problem for me, and it would stop at that. But no, they needed more slaves. So eventually they were, like people in his kingdom, they tasted the European goods, alcohol, clothing, and so some people became, slave traders. They were kidnapping each other, to a point. His kingdom, the number was, like they were getting in the deficit pretty much. So the known letter that they said Alfonso wrote, go read that letter. It's not like he himself did not sell people. He did. He was okay selling the people from afar, his enemies. But he just did not want his own people to be sold. That's what the story was. Because if you look at it, like most of the slaves were taken from that region, Congo, Angola, Nigeria area. We would get to all that. Spellcaster, thank you for the super chat. He said, here you go, Afridamus, but I still don't believe FBA come from the slave ships. Yes, no, FBA for sure. The ones that call themselves FBA, they were like an offshoot that was created in the plantation. Yes, that FBA that was created in the plantation. But the African slaves were brought from the West Coast. So I don't know what the white man did. Maybe they went in a lab and mixed some chemicals together and came up with FBA. But yes, you're correct. FBA did not come from Africa. So here we go. Thank you for the super chat.
And he was an eager participant in slave trading. However, he also asserted his own power over it in 1526 by forcing Portugal to submit to his legal framework for slavery, which governed how exactly someone might be enslaved and provided protections for those who were not legitimately enslaved, mostly his own subjects taken by criminal raiders or opportunists. A similar enthusiasm was seen among the various Akan peoples of modern Nigeria. They occupied an area known as the Gold Coast and were similarly prolific as both settlers.
So some people were like, oh no, the Akan are not Nigerians. No, it's not. You have to remember the country name Nigeria is new. The Europeans gave it that. So different regions is about tribes. So Akan is a big group of different tribes. So, but this is the Gold Coast Akans. That's the book that I read here about the Fanti. I think the Fanti are considered Akan as well.
sellers and purchasers of slave labor. The gold mines that made the Akan so wealthy in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries were filled by slaves they purchased from both African and European merchants.
So the Akans, now you know why they used to call Ghana the Gold Coast, because they were buying slaves themselves. So the blacks that run and go to Ghana saying, thinking they're from there. No. Ghana itself was buying slaves from present day places, like bringing people from Congo. The Europeans were even selling slaves to them. Okay. So that's how the Gold Coast became the Gold Coast, so everybody, was eating. So when you hear about these powerful kingdoms, how did it happen? So they used to sell people there as well.
As many as a third of the population of the various Akan states were enslaved people. In almost every case, these slaves were from non-Akan ethnic groups. Any sense of African solidarity in the face of European slave trading was almost non-existent. The ethnic divides that split Africa were far older than European contact. It would not be quickly changed by the...
So slavery is not about skin color. You hear this? So these tribes, people, different kingdoms were fighting each other way before the Europeans showed up. Way before they showed up. So remember that. So when you're talking all the blackity black stuff, that never existed. It's either you're strong or weak. The weak and the conquered become slave. That's just what the game was. So it's not about, oh man, they hated me because my skin color. No. Different ethnic groups. You look at it, Alfonso, like you say, oh, the African solidarity. These are different ethnic groups. It's like Chinese and Japanese. Who do you think the Chinese are going to protect? The Japanese or the Chinese? They all look alike, but that doesn't mean they are the same. St. James, thank you for the super chat. He said, I'm here to collect my reparations in the USA. No FBA can stop that, period. Thank you, St. James, for the super chat. Now, if the white man sends you the check, they wouldn't be able to stop you. But thank you again.
Arrival of foreigners on their shores. There was, of course, resistance. Many European slave ships were attacked by coastal raiders, but these reactions were rare and relatively ineffective. Most of the time, these were small-scale attacks by small tribes, or villages near where the Europeans dropped anchor. It was these...
So some of these smaller tribes would attack the European ships because it makes sense for them to attack those European ships, because if they can get rid of the Europeans, then that would reduce the demand for slavery. So they are fighting to protect themselves. So here we go.
Tiny, disconnected groups who were most vulnerable to slavery, and their shows of defiance rarely saved them in the end. One state that did turn against European slaving was the Kingdom of Benin. The Kingdom of Benin was not the Benin we know today, but a small territory in modern-day Nigeria.
Yes. So when you start saying Benin, it was a tiny, small kingdom in the present-day Nigeria. It's not like all Nigerians are part of this. Let's find out what Benin was all about. Benin traded with the Europeans, but at one point they turned against the Europeans. Let's find out how that happened.
Initially a partner in slave trading, by the mid-16th century, the kingdom was facing a serious drain on population, especially among its men. Two rulers, Oba Esigie and Oba Orhobuga, are credited with ending Benin's participation in Atlantic slave trading and closed Benin's ports to European traders. Slavery was not abolished in the country. In fact, the Kingdom of Benin would fight to uphold domestic slavery against Britain in the late 19th century. But this kingdom shows that Africans responded in many different ways to slavery. Each kingdom and ethnic group assessed their own situations and reacted accordingly, whether that was to sell slaves or prohibit it as they saw fit.
Yeah, So it was not one size fits all. Some of these territories, if slavery is what benefited them, they will pursue that, participate in it. But if it doesn't benefit them, they rejected it. They had that power. Unless it's like tiny little kingdoms like we heard in previous chapter. Yes, those kingdoms, they are usually, overpowered and taken away. But a strong kingdom like the Benin, they were willingly participating. And then when they saw that it's not in their benefit, they stopped it. But they didn't stop it within their kingdom. They just did not want to keep sending their men to be taken to foreign land because the numbers were depleted. So here we go.
Of all the slaving states of Africa, none is more infamous than Dahomey. First emerging around 1600.
So this is Dahomey. Dahomey. They made that movie. Like Hollywood just made that movie about Dahomey, those warrior females who used to go and raid slaves. It's weird how Hollywood promotes, slave stories, kingdoms that actually sold a lot of slaves. Yeah, so when you hear the blacks talking about Dahomey, they think they made that up. No, they're talking about their ancestors' country, Dahomey. So you think this just saying Dahomey? No. They got this from their great-great-grandfathers, because many of these blacks you see have Dahomey bloodline. Yeah, Dahomey. Here we go.
Along the southern coast of modern-day Nigeria, Dahomey soared to prominence under the warrior king Agaja in the early 18th century. Dahomey's ace in the hole was a well-trained and well-organized standing army, perhaps as large as 50,000 men or more at its height, which Agaja...
So Dahomey was not a small kingdom. They had up to 50,000 standing army. So Dahomey can take on any military that comes their way. So they were not just like some little villages somewhere. Yeah, 50,000. So let's see what happened in Dahomey's region.
Used to conquer the kingdoms of Alada and Ouida in the 1720s. Alada and Ouida were prolific slave trading kingdoms, with tens of thousands of slaves passing through their ports. Dahomey's consolidated control of so many slave ports made it one of the most formidable slaving powers in history. The colossal army pushed Dahomey towards slavery for two additional reasons.
See, that's their warrior female soldiers. The movie that they made not that long ago, it's about this place, Dahomey. Yeah, they're female warrior. They had like an entire unit of female soldiers. So here we go. This is like, I'm talking like in the 17th century. So when you watch that movie, the depiction, no, they're not making it up. And the blacks that are bragging, they're not just bragging about it, saying the females were warriors. They are telling the truth. This did happen. It did happen. So let's see how these female warriors operated.
Firstly, its military culture discouraged men from non-military careers, meaning that slaves were needed to carry out other jobs like agriculture. Secondly, a standing army had to be kept occupied or else it might grow restless and rebel. So Dahomey was constantly attacking other neighboring powers or sending out slave raids to bring back captives.
So you see, Paige said, no wonder blacks like their women fighting for them in America. It is in their blood. So you see, so those of you that like to say, oh, you see how like in America, the blacks like to point fingers at every other African. This is their kingdom. This is where most of them came from. Look at how Dahomey, having 50,000 army strong. You think Dahomey is using it to attack those Portuguese ships? In fact, those ships are afraid of them. But this gang activity, this started way back in their kingdom. Look at what they did. They started raiding other neighborhoods, conquering them. So it's like the same people in the same kingdom raided the weaker ones. It's like pulling drive-bys, and let's see when they capture these people what Dahomey did with them. And this is their female soldiers doing this.
The result was a colossal slave population. According to some estimates, by the 19th century, 2/3 of the kingdom's population were enslaved people. Slavery was so endemic to Dahomeyan society that one scholar remarked it's difficult to determine whether Dahomey was a slaving gang turned into a state or...
Did you guys hear this? Are you guys seeing a pattern here? So the Dahomeyans were acting like a gang, and it became an organized gang. I don't know. I'm beginning to see a pattern here.
State that existed purely for the sake of slaving. Slaves weren't just laborers and domestic servants in Dahomey, but became woven into the political fabric of the society. Ownership of slaves became a status symbol for Dahomeyan elites.
Did you hear that? So owning slaves was it was a thing. So like all these people that say they're FBA, how can they blame people from present-day African countries? So the people back in those times in these kingdoms, this is how they rolled. It's like, it's like going to Walmart, it's like, imagine some of these kings, they're like, hey, I would like you to go out there and, pick up, a couple of packs of Negroes for me. I heard, you guys just captured fresh ones, from the other region. Go out there and pick up a pack of Negroes and bring them to me. I mean, doesn't it sound like it? So here we go.
As it did for others in West Africa. This led to tension between the king and the elites who fought for control over the slave trade. Although it is often characterized as a royal monopoly, even the absolute power of the monarch was not enough to rein in elites who established power bases of their own thanks to their trading of slaves. Slaves also became a part of Dahomeyan religion. The annual customs of Dahomey were a day of...
So, go look it up. It's crazy how like people go... I've seen people where they wear this white robe still. This is mostly blacks from America or the West. Like they would go to like the Benin area or some of these regions today. They would participate in these festivals. Isn't that crazy that this is in fact a slave worshipping, religion pretty much. I mean, the things you learn about history. So it's crazy how like the people, they're saying the region they come from, they still want to practice these cultures. So it's very interesting. Let me read this. St. James, thank you for the super chat again. He said, the weak tribes got dropped first, i.e. Zongo. Zongo, call in when I open the line. Thank you for the super chat. Here we go.
Rituals and public celebration involving military parades, political debates, and human sacrifice of slaves to appease the spirits and protect the kingdom for another year. Hundreds of slaves were killed, usually with decapitation, and in some years, as many as 4,000 people were sacrificed on a single day. A similar display of mass sacrifice was required for the funeral of a king, and might occur.
I know some are going to come and be, oh, that's not true. Well, this is true. Even the Mayans also did it, like the human sacrifice. There are people, even today, the weird thing is they still are into this. They do it in secret because now it's a crime. But yeah, some people still do practice these cultures in secrecy. I mean, how many of you have heard of people, like human sacrifices? I mean, it sounds like a movie, but it's real. There are people who truly, like, they believe in this. It's like a culture. So this is why when I hear people say, oh, let's practice African spirituality, I always ask, what do you mean by African spirituality? And 9 out of 10 times, they always would, what they admire, it is these ones that require human sacrifice or slave stuff. Have you noticed that? And then they turn around and try to say, oh, your people sold me. No, you came from the people who sell people, and they practiced human sacrifices. Because think about it. The people, these kingdoms conquered each other. The stronger one just happened to stand up because Dahomey, matched with these other kingdoms and they became one. But don't forget that they were still practicing selling each other as well. So they believed in it.
On a smaller scale for any number of other rituals or social events. Dahomey remained committed to slavery even as the European powers began their crusade against it. In 1818, King Gezo was forced to make concessions to the British, including the abolition of slave sacrifices, and by the 1840s, Gezo was being pressured to end the slave trade altogether, but he refused. The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people, Gezo told the British. It is the
So this is the Dahomeyan king, Gezo. So the white man had to come and save the rest of those people, don't sacrifice them. So technically, wouldn't the transatlantic slave trade be considered a blessing for those who their ancestors came from Dahomey? Because they would have been among the thousands of the slaves that were going to be sacrificed with the king. So they saved them because they wouldn't have been alive. They would, if the culture continued, they would have, their ancestors would have been sacrificed. You see? So they saved their lives.
Source and glory of their wealth. The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery. When the British managed to force a treaty on Gezo that ended slave trading from Dahomey's ports, it was a source of bitter resentment. The Dahomeyans subverted it by selling slaves overland to be sold through ports not bound by the treaty's terms. Eventually, the resentment caused a total breakdown of relations, and Dahomey abandoned the treaty entirely by the late 1850s. They pivoted towards an alliance with France, who were less zealous in their anti-slavery attitudes. But the collapse of the slave trade would soon bring down the kingdom. As the kingdom's main source of wealth failed, it was forced into desperate raiding and conquest that antagonized the French. After attacking a French allied town in 1889, France waged 2 wars against Dahomey, citing its penchant for slavery as a legitimizing moral cause, and toppled the kingdom in 1894.
So the white man had to come and challenge Dahomey, and eventually the white man conquered the Dahomey somehow. So let's see about the resistance.
A common misconception about European imperialism in Africa is that colonization and slavery always worked hand in hand. The Europeans set down their claims in Africa to furnish their endless desire for slaves. This was true at certain times. Portugal's colonies, such as those in Angola, were an important source of slaves. By the late 1700s, Portugal's thirst for able-bodied male slaves to work their American plantations meant that Angolan women outnumbered men in their homeland by at least 2 to 1. However, the vast majority of European colonization in Africa occurred after the abolition of slavery. It would be more accurate to say that anti-slavery motivated European colonization.
Exactly. So the people that say, oh, the Africans betrayed us and sold us into slavery and the Europeans came back and conquered them. No. First of all, you heard it. Most of these places, like, for example, when they conquered Dahomey, because the king didn't want to stop slavery, so they had to conquer the place. So literally, like, they were capturing ships of slaves. Like, for example, there's a fort in the Gambia called Fort Bullen. It's on the route of the ship, last point to get into the Atlantic, straight to America. The British built that fort, and that fort was built to stop slave ships. That's what they were built for. And they did capture many slave ships. And there were many refugees who were rescued from those slave ships. There were African tribes who were in those business in slavery who took up arms against the Europeans. So here we go.
We have already seen how France conquered Dahomey in part to end its slave trading. A similarly hard line against slavery was taken by the British. For example, in 1851, the Royal Navy lay siege to the Nigerian city of Lagos and its king Costco because the king refused to end the slave trade.
So the king in Lagos, his name is Costco. You see, now we know where Costco, the shopping center, stole the name from. So before then, Costco, the king in Lagos, he's the first one that set up a Costco. So here we go.
After a furious naval bombardment, the British compelled Lagos to abolish the trade, forcibly freed every slave in Lagos's territory, and expelled all slave traders from their land. The British later imposed abolition on all of Nigeria. Some historians have noted that while Britain was quick to abolish trading, domestic slavery took a lot longer to root out in Nigeria. The British were concerned that moving too quickly to end slavery there would provoke unrest and resistance from the Nigerians themselves. Abolitionism was similar.
The link is in the chat. Hit the link and join me. And I see you back there, Mr. Shenad. Hang tight, hang tight. Let's see. St. James Afridamus, you are going to make FBA claim Costco on YouTube. I hope not. Let's see. Strength said they didn't show that in Woman King. No, they wouldn't. That would ruin the story.
Particularly evident in the British conquest of Benin in 1897. After the massacre of a British merchant expedition in January of that year, the British launched a punitive military strike against Benin City. Slavery was once again among the justifying causes of the attack and subsequent colonization of the kingdom.
So, remember how, like those FBAs, they tell you, oh, you got the blacks that left the plantation like in 1823-24, they went to Liberia. You guys remember? And they said, oh yeah, they fought those Liberians, stop them from practicing slavery. But no, it's not true. They themselves practiced slavery. I mean, they were ex-slaves. They came from plantation. That's what they pretty much know, how to be masters. So They admired the master and they enslaved the natives there. It was the British and the French who fought against the slavers. They even fought against the Arabs to stop them from selling humans. If it wasn't for the white man, the slavery would still keep going on in the open. Now it's in secrecy. Think about it. Like in parts of Ghana, Nigeria, slavery still practiced. Senegal, Mauritania. Like Mauritania is like out in the open. You can own the person openly. I'm gonna do a show. I saw a documentary where there's this tribe, like in Ghana, where if you offend them to repay them, like amongst them their culture, you have to give them your like a virgin girl, young girl, to them to be their sex slave for life. I saw this documentary, so I'm gonna bring that show also. All the different forms of slavery that still go on in Mauritania as we speak. So this is real.
According to eyewitness accounts, the king of Benin sacrificed hundreds of its slaves in hopes of acquiring divine protections against the approaching British. The British repopulated the decimated city with freed slaves and offered total emancipation and resettlement to any slave who escaped to their territory. Benin's elites were slow to embrace the change, and British authorities were still trying to stamp out native slavery there into the 1920s. That is not to say that there weren't African abolitionists. There certainly were, not least of all the slaves themselves. But there were many in Africa willing to fight and die to uphold the ancient institution. No discussion of slavery should ever gloss over the fact that millions of Africans suffered unspeakable cruelty across the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, the Sahara, or in Africa.
So this doesn't mean that the people who were shipped did not suffer, okay? But this is how it happened. I have Mr. Shinad back here. Let me bring him on. Mr. Shinad, welcome to the Afridamus Report. Thank you for waiting behind. Did you already hit the like?
Yeah, I got you, bro. Peace.
All right. So, Mr. Shinad, what do you think about, now that you've learned about the participation of the Africans, not just any African, like some of these kingdoms, because, like some people like to say it's all Africans. How does it feel to know the truth? Or did you already know this?
Hold on, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right, let me give me a second. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, mic check.
The scale of the deportations from Africa.
I'll say it again because I have to change
tension.
my mic.
All right. Shinad, what do you think about, what did you learn in this segment today? And what do you want to add onto it?
Nothing new. I want to ask you a question though. What's the purpose of you playing this video in this stream?
Because I'm teaching Negrology 101, and it's for educational purposes. For people.
But do you think so-called FBAs they don't know anything about this?
So, are you trying to tell me just because you think certain people know certain things, therefore it should not be discussed? Is that where you're coming from?
No, it's just random, bro. Like you creating this.
Really? What is random about it?
Someone from the Gambia is talking about how the slave trade actually happened.
So,
pretty sure most people.
Somebody. Wait. So, are you telling me somebody from Gambia?
No, I'm saying. Just listen real quick.
Do you know anyone from Gambia beside me?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, don't you think like those the so-called FBAs, right? Don't you think they already know this, right? Don't you think they'll actually feel this documentary will feel like, you know, adds fuel to the fire for the movement, right? Don't you think this has something to do with it?
Um, so you, so we should lie to and skewed history because of how certain people feel about it. Is that what you're
Oh,
saying?
I'm saying like the FBA.
Is this history or not?
I'm saying the FBAs already know this, correct? Would you say that, right?
So let me ask you again: is this made for FBA?
You tell me.
No, you're the one coming here asking this question. Is this made for FBA?
I think it's made for the white your cousins, the Oyibo. That's who it's
Do
made
you?
for.
Here's the thing. So you're saying FBA is against reality. Is that your
No, I'm
argument?
saying, listen, I'm saying,
And let me ask you this. You said somebody from Gambia.
yeah.
What does that mean exactly?
No, because I mean, this is something that you'll usually see FBAs, will probably like if have a stream about it and talk about it. It's just weird seeing someone from the Gambia talking about
But
it.
why would that but why would that be weird?
Because it seems like you're trying to, tap dance a little bit for your Oyibo Kozi.
Oh, so history is
That's what it seems like.
so so talking about what happened,
Because it's like,
a
no,
part
no,
of history. Hold on. So me having the knowledge about this history and talking about it is weird because of the place I come from.
no, I didn't say that.
Well, you said it's weird me coming from Gambia, so that means just because of the place I come from, like I should not talk about
Actually, no, I did say
a
that.
history that
I did
I
say that.
know about.
Yeah, no, I did. I'm just asking.
Have you heard people that call themselves?
No, bro.
Hold on. Have you heard people that call themselves FBA that like they would they would say they are Indians? Have you seen that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It's a tap dance.
So have you also heard people say, "Oh, the Africans were just chilling on the beach and they got picked up," right? Oh, they said all Africans ganged up on them and sold them into slavery. Haven't you heard that before?
Yeah.
Okay. So wouldn't it make more sense than me as an African that's in America and hearing people tell a story, fantasy story that's not real, and I spend time research it,
No,
know
you're saying
about
this
it,
is not real. You're saying
and
this.
so you tell me your version of how slavery happened. I want to hear your version.
No,
How
yo,
how
bro.
did the white man go there and kidnap your people?
So my people. So that's what I'm saying. You act like you're Oyibo. You say
Uh,
your people, right?
Hold on.
You're talking
Eve,
like you're Oyibo.
thank you for the super chat. He said, Eve, and proud of Dahomey. Thank you for the super chat. Okay,
Yo,
so
my point is this. Is all I'm saying
make
is
make your. Here's the fact. Here's the thing. You
I
are
just
over
lost my. I
here.
already lost what
You're
I was about
over
to say.
here tap dancing. You cannot even focus
You won't even let
on
me
the
talk, bro.
topic. Did you? You can't even pay attention in class.
No, I think you know what I'm trying to get at. You're just trying to stop me
I
from
don't know
talking.
what you're trying to get at. Get it out.
My point is, what
Are you a child?
what is the
Are you a child?
are you cutting me off, bro? Are you cutting me
Well,
off?
you wasted my time here. You could not stand on what you're saying.
I'm saying why do you feel the need to talk
I
about
do not
this?
feel any need. I just talk about it because this is what we want to talk about today.
So you want to like put it in
Did you go to school?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay, that is why. Do you understand that when people talk about history or talk about things that are interesting, is not
The
because
title is
people
"Here's How the Transatlantic Slave Trade Happened." That
actually
African merchants sell FBA. I think that's common knowledge, bro. I think most FBAs
well,
know that. I think that's
the-
what fuels
wait,
their delineation, right?
So
To separate themselves, right? That's what fuels it. So I'm asking
so
you, why are you? What is the purpose of you creating the stream? Is it to make yourself feel superior to people in the diaspora, or is it to? What is your point? Is it to shit on people that are descended from slaves? What is it?
did this story, how it's depicted,
You know what
is
I'm
this
talking
how it
about. You kept
happened?
trying to cut me off.
Hold on. Does it? So I notice you use the word feelings a lot. Are you a woman? I mean, this is an insult to women and children. Like, why are you as a man use in your feelings quite a lot? Like, what is that all about?
This is what I'm talking about, man.
I mean, answer that question. You're using feelings. Like, over here, we are standing on facts. So my question to you is, the transatlantic slave trade, is this how it happened or not? That's what my question is to you. Remove your feelings and speak exactly on the topic. There is no feelings here.
I don't think it can be summed up
do I
in a
look like
documentary on YouTube.
Hold on. Let me finish. You see what happened in Dahomey? Did you see that? Are you telling me that did
All
not
I'm
happen?
telling you is I don't think it can be summed up in a video
aimed
at getting views.
Hello,
and
buddy, like
on YouTube.
Do you have you ever read a book?
Go ahead.
Have you ever read a book?
No.
So the transatlantic slave trade happened over a span of how many centuries?
You tell me. You don't gotta ask me questions, bro.
No. I'm asking
We're
you.
not in class right now.
We're
not in class.
Wait, you seem
It's
to
not
be
a history lesson.
Wait a minute. I'm the Gambian. You seem to be the expert. Why don't you now? I'm gonna ask you the question. You are going to teach me.
How do I seem to be the expert? What do you mean?
Okay. The transatlantic slave trade.
Right.
How long did it go on?
For like you could say, well, it depends. I believe, I think it ended after the Haitian Revolution. But there's some Haitians in the chat that don't believe that.
So you
probably
don't know.
See them in other tap dancing channels and shit, hating on other diaspora people from the diaspora. Like, come on.
So how did you? Another question, simple question. How did you come to the conclusion that me talking about history, in fact, slave history, the blacks, they love slave history.
You know why?
This? The blacks, they love slave history.
No, I'm saying no.
And there are many black people that call themselves FBA that are watching this. They appreciate the show. They are not making this about me. Why do you have a problem?
You want to know why?
With me talking about what I know to be true.
You want to know why? Yes or no? Because if you go through all of your videos, it's always something about FBAs.
So you have a problem with that.
And now you're talking about this.
So you have some reason. Do you have a problem with me taking up interest in talking about whatever subject I want to talk about?
No, I'm just asking you a question, bro. You
so
couldn't
then,
answer.
Then do you want to participate?
You couldn't answer the question, bro. You're just dragging this shit on.
Hang on. We got a new speaker.
A simple question. You couldn't
hold
answer.
Hold on. Just be quiet for a moment. Let's have a new speaker. All right. We have Mike TV. Welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Thank you for having me, Afridamus. And shout out to the other person, King Chenard.
Yeah,
King Chenard, I'm not familiar with you, but just based on like your accent or lack thereof, in my opinion, you sound like a foundational Black American, right?
I don't know what I am. I say whatever.
Born and raised in America, I assume?
Yeah, I was born here.
Mother and father born and raised in America?
All right. Hey, Mike TV, let's do this here. can we focus on the topic? I mean, you guys can interview
Yeah,
each
no.
other on your
We
own
can definitely
shows.
focus on the
No, I don't
topic. The
know.
only
All
reason why
right.
I wanted to ask him where he was from is because I'm
Look.
really not understanding what issue he has with you.
Look.
I've watched maybe 30 minutes or so of your stream
Because he's
tonight,
a
and I
tap
was
dancer,
surprised at
bro.
it,
He's a tap
honestly.
dancer.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
my
hold on,
issue.
hold on, Shinad. Let the
Think
man
against who
speak.
you
This
were?
is his moment. Let him talk. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah,
You
so
said you were okay. You were asking him because you don't understand. Okay.
I'm just not sure if either A, he's questioning your motives for why you're sharing that video, or
Right.
B, he's questioning the actual history that you presented. I'm just not sure exactly what he takes issue with.
Yeah, good question.
The first part. I'm
So
asking.
it's more so his motives for sharing it.
Right.
And
Well, not really.
what's
I
my
don't-
motive?
Because you're attacking. You're trying to. I guess you're trying to teach FBA's quote unquote right their history, or something like or whatever.
Is
the
this your thoughts or mine?
You wrote it in your title, bro. What's your title called?
Oh, so
It has FBA
so
in the title,
did you watch the show?
It kind of seems like to me like.
Did you watch the documentary that I analyzed?
No, I didn't watch that. No.
Oh, okay. Let's allow Mike to speak.
I'm
then.
questioning
Since,
as to why. Like, do you
let's
think
bring somebody
do
who
you
wants
think this
to
is all
participate.
FBA history?
Hold on.
I didn't know he didn't watch the video.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but do you think? Let me ask Mike a question. Do you think this is FBA? Are you? Or what? First of all, what are you? Since you want to ask me.
I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation and a United States citizen.
So you're an abo. Okay. Do you think this is FBA history?
I don't know about an abo. The government recognizes me.
Again,
as an
I'm using
American
terms
Indian,
here. I'm
but-
using the FBA term created by Tariq Nasheed.
Can we talk about Dahomey, please?
FBA history.
Look, I want to talk about Dahomey. Let's talk about Dahomey.
So I'm gonna take that as a no, Mike. I'm gonna take that as a no.
I can answer the question, but this isn't my show. So if Abolitionist wants to talk about something else, we talk about something else.
I believe that you believe. I believe that you believe that so-called FBAs have already been here, right?
So okay, Mike. What
Abolitionist, maybe can I quickly answer his question and then he'll get back on topic or something? I don't know. Okay, so I believe as a full-time genealogist and historian that it is a fact that this is some of our history. 4% of the African slaves trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade, 4% went to the 13 colonies, went to North America.
Okay,
when
so
they
you
say
just
4%, those numbers are anywhere between 90,000 and 300,000 African slaves shipped to North America. What did those slaves do when they got here? Some of them that fled plantations and got their freedom, they assimilated and amalgamated into indigenous communities. So is every single Black American a descendant from a West African slave? No, but some of us are. And that's some of our history.
Let me ask you, are you hold on, bro. Just real quick. Are you descended from one of those Africans?
No, I've traced my genealogy to the 1600s, and I can say definitively I am not. But I do genealogy
you
work
said you're
for some.
100%.
Hold on. To time out. I'm still answering. I'm a full-time genealogist. I do genealogy for some Black Americans, and we do find they descend from West African slaves. It's not all of us, but it is some of us.
So are you? You said you're 100% Muskogee, right?
I'm not 100% Muskogee, but I am a tribal member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, which is a federally recognized tribe in Oklahoma.
Okay, so do you have a card? Do you have a registration?
Yes, I have a tribal ID card. I can share my screen right now and show it to you.
Look,
show it.
Shinat, you can.
Hold on. Let him show it.
Look, if he shows it, you're gonna leave him alone, right?
Yeah. I mean,
you're gonna leave him alone.
There you go.
Yeah, I think you're a $5 Indian, bro.
Okay, so the guy shows it to you. You're not happy. So now so now you're upset with him.
It's like it made him mad that I had a tribal ID card to share.
Yeah, so he shows you his ID. Now you're mad.
No, that's not the point. I don't really.
But that suffering.
He didn't hold up the ID. It could have been. Well, I mean,
okay. So Mike, what is your take on?
But I still think he's a $5
that you saw, because do you subscribe to the idea that it is all Africans that sold, other Africans? I mean, some did, some battle with each other. So is that your understanding of how the transatlantic slave trade happened, or is just the Africans recognize and say, these are the FBAs, we are selling them to the white man? Like, what is your take?
Great question. My take is that everything that I saw in that documentary was facts for the most part. I mean, African kingdoms did traffic their fellow Africans, whether they were warring tribes, whether they viewed them as their people or not. And they've been participating in slave trades way before the transatlantic slave trade. I think the Arab slave trade started in like the 6th or 7th century. So, do I say, hey, every single African is bad because some of your ruling elite participated in slavery? No. Just like I don't say every Spaniard is bad because some Spanish conquistadors killed my ancestors. Just like I don't say every European is bad because some European settlers came and killed members of my tribe. History is much more nuanced. It's not black and white. So I would really hold that the credit for the slavery and, who we need to, put their feet to the fire, the people who actually participated, the European elite, the Jewish financiers, the merchants, the ship makers, and the African leaders that chose to participate. But the everyday citizens, they didn't have nothing to do with it.
Okay, can I address somebody in the chat?
Look,
just real quick, bro. Just
look,
please.
You have not. You see how Mike addressed the topic? So
yeah, I'm bringing it back to the topic. I'm really bringing it back to the topic. Real quick. All right, so Principe, whatever his name is, he said Haitians don't beg no man to be black. My point is, Mike said he's not black. He said he's an Abo. I don't think Afridamus claims black. So I want to know why.
I never said I was not a black man. My ancestors have been classified as black for hundreds of years.
Okay, all right, whatever. All right, so I want to know why. What's the purpose of I guess you two now? Even you coming up here, Mike, what's the purpose of this?
So Afridamus, what's happening right now is first he was baffled that you're sharing this footage and that you're being so transparent about the history of the transatlantic slave trade. Now he can't fathom that Mike TV, who seems to be on the polar opposite aisle,
just said you're 100%
on the total other end of the aisle, have found common ground. He can't understand that there's something.
You just said you're 100%
point of intersection where we can both agree on something. He just can't fathom that.
Oh, he thinks there's like a nefarious motive. He doesn't know this is information.
The CIA paid us to come together, and I'm supposed to join at this time.
Afridamus, are you black?
No, we agree on something. It's simple.
Are you black American? Yes or
no? Let me.
Are you FBA? Okay, no. All right. So, Mike, are you FBA? You already said no.
The man already
you
answered.
Said you already said
I use the term Native Black American. That's
okay. Now you're switching up now.
The term that Dr. Francis quotes.
Native Black. So now black. So now Indians are black.
Maybe
right?
It was Dr.
Okay, Shinat,
you were always here, right?
Shinat, let me ask you. Shinat, let me ask you. What is your take?
You know damn well you have African ancestry, bro. You just hate yourself. You want to erase the African part.
Can you?
But I bet you'll claim you're European.
Shinat, I want you to answer this question. Get back on topic. Stop attacking people personally. I'll bring you back in, so you can stick to the topic. So, what is your take on this history that you've learned here today? Go ahead, Shinat.
Yeah, I guess I went over y'all's heads, man, including the chat, because people don't even get what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. Well,
okay. Let me finish this documentary since you. So
I'll be back. No, I'll be back.
Yeah, get out of here. So, Mike, let me ask you this: are you surprised by how Shinat comes up here and tries to be the spokesperson for quote unquote FBA?
Yeah, that's really why I joined, because he seemed to be a Black American and he seemed to be taking issue with your coverage of the transatlantic slave trade, and nothing you said is wrong. I mean, are there issues that we probably disagree on? Yes, but when it comes to this history of the transatlantic slave trade, this is well documented, it's factual, and I think there's a lot of Black Americans.
Oh, what happened? Oh, it looks like I lost you there. Go ahead.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you're back.
Sorry, some technical difficulties. As I was saying, I think it's very important that you're sharing this. I actually did something very similar on my channel like months and months ago where I found a documentary. I think the BBC or someone put it out. It's called The Last Years of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. And I did exactly what you're doing. I reacted to the story of the transatlantic slave trade. And I did that for probably part of the same reason you're doing it, because there's a lot of Black Americans and Africans alike who don't understand the true history. They believe that like the white man snuck into Africa and kidnapped a bunch of Africans, and that's not what happened at all.
Exactly. And he's saying, oh, you're doing this to feel good. What's there to feel good about? I mean, it's like people fighting each other, selling each other into slavery. I live in 2024. Like, that's crazy to me, like in today's age. Like, so presenting it so that people can understand the history. So do you believe that Blacks were already here?
Oh, I believe it's well documented that there were melanated Aboriginals.
I mean, yeah, even white people have melanin.
Well, no, okay.
Lesser than.
Well, if that's the case, I will use the term Black. I think it's well documented that there have been Black people in the Americas,
like African Black,
for centuries and centuries. Again, as far as how many came from Africa, they say 90,000 to 300,000. And if you're going to assume
like in what time period?
Over 40 million we have today, that's just not logistically possible.
No, but in what time period?
They're saying during the entirety of the transatlantic slave trade, when they say that 12.8 million African slaves were trafficked, they say that less than 4% of that number actually made its way to North America.
Yeah, but they reproduced them here in America. Have you heard of the trans-American slave trade, where they're moving slaves from the islands, Jamaica, Haiti, different places? It's well documented. They would bring slaves.
Yes, they refer to that as the Indian slave trade. The Spanish conquistadors and other Europeans would take slaves
in North
America and ship them to Jamaica and other places. Yeah.
No, but moving slaves around in the Americas did happen. And they also
slaves were transported all about, for sure. But what I want to touch on is the birth rate. And what you were basically saying is, well, hey, Mike, that 4% that came here, they reproduced and they grew into what we now see as the Black American population, right?
Right.
I'm saying that is logistically impossible. These slaves were malnourished. Hold on. Let me present my case real quick and I'll shut up. I feel that it is logistically impossible because, for one, the birth rate does not support that. These slaves were malnutrition, they were beaten, they were subjugated, they were living in harsh living conditions. Even Europeans at that time had to have 10, 12 babies because they know that 3 or 4 of them are going to die at childbirth. So to think that Black Americans that were slaves on plantations were just living and reproducing like jackrabbits, that's logistically impossible. The birth rate does not support that figure.
Yeah, but the population grew after slavery. You can look at the math.
Do you know why the population grew after slavery?
Like, and also a lot of people that are considered, Black, they are not like, they don't look like me, like the original slaves they brought. If they remove like the people that are in the high 90s% African or 80s, you will see the number will make sense to you. If they separate, people to their classes, to their real classes, remove the 1-drop rule, it would make sense to you. But they count people, like in America, they have the 1-drop rule. Look at Haiti. Haiti is pretty much 90% African. Jamaica have tons of them, all these other islands. Yes, the transportation was gruesome, but it definitely did happen. And also, if you look at Africa's numbers, also on the West Coast, it increased, exponentially, like after slavery.
Well, something I want to touch on is you made a great point that after slavery had in America, the slave population still increased, right?
Right.
And that is a fact, but I think people have a misunderstanding as to the reason for that increase. For example, in 1808 was when they made it illegal to import new slaves into North America. But after 1808, if you look at the census from 1809, 1810, all the way up to the next decades, you see the slave population boom. Well, at that
They
same
were
time,
still
what is
bringing
going
them
on?
though in the Carolinas. You know, like it's well documented. Like yes, they legally stopped it, but they were still bringing them in. Like they would.
But the influx of slaves being imported to North America had dramatically stopped in
Yes,
1808.
but here's
The rest
how
of the people that you see counted in the slave population were part of indigenous tribes that were taken as prisoners of war and reclassified. And I can pull up documents from as early as 1682 that proves that they were taking Native Americans and reclassifying them as Africans. They've been doing this since 1682.
Native Americans, natives don't look like Africans.
I can also disprove that if I can share my screen with you right now.
Natives that sub-Saharan looking. Here's what I,
Can I share my screen?
You know,
they know me as the king of receipts, right?
Like here's the thing. Like even though, like they stopped importing slaves, they were still bringing them. Here's how they were doing it. They would register the ship, like going to Cuba, and they were bringing them into the Carolinas, which even showed like they made a movie about a slave ship that ended up in the United States, called La Amistad, the Spanish ship called La Amistad, and that was way after 1808. They were still bringing them. So.
Well, let me know if I can share my screen. Oh, yeah, thank you. Here we go. So as you can see right here, Virginia passed 2 acts in 1682 that combined Native Americans and Africans into one category, Negroes. So if Black people don't look like Native Americans and Native Americans look like Asiatic slant-eye people, then how do you reclassify that person in the same group as an African?
People that I have an answer for that, right? Hold on. I know natives that are darker skinned from Oklahoma. I have friends, literally, but they look nothing like African. It's just like the dark-skinned Indians from India. There are many. They are even darker than me, but when you see them, you clearly know they are not Africans. I have never seen a native in America, and I've been to pretty much everywhere in America, every state pretty much. I've seen different kinds of people. I have never seen a native that I
Can we acknowledge Joseph's comment? It looks like Joseph has a question about that info.
Like that I ever mistaked for an African. I mean, maybe they exist, but I have never seen.
Oh yeah, I have dozens of photos that I can show you right now. But first, it looks like Joseph has a question.
Ooh.
So if we can acknowledge his question, he wants me to cite my source. He says, "Where did I get that info?" Right.
Right.
Yeah. So I just cited 2 laws that were passed in Virginia in 1682.
Yeah, but
so my source is the colony of Virginia. Anybody can Google right now. 1682
but they used
Virginia
to call
Reclassification Act, and the text will pop up.
This is a law. But what I'm saying, they've referred to the Irish as black. But are they black?
Now you're reaching. Now you're reaching. They have never referred to Irish people as black people. They have mistreated Irish people, but they have never reclassified Irish people as black people. No, they have not.
I have never seen a native claim black. I've never seen it.
And yet I can pull up videos of Black Indian chiefs to this day. I can share family photos of my own family.
Oh, shit. Mike, sorry. Mike, call in. Damn, man.
You accidentally kicked them out, bro?
No, Mike, I don't know what happened to you. Mike, get back in. Shinad, you wanted to call in. What do you want to add?
I have to do something real quick, but you already cooked yourself. So my point is,
so you came in here not to actually engage the topic.
I am, bro.
You came for quote unquote cooking.
No. You guys did it to yourself.
I don't know what happened.
Oh yeah, sorry.
There was one last thing that I wanted to share on topic. If I can, real quick. And this document that I'll share, or rather an image. This is a painting by Spanish conquistadors, and this painting will officially put to rest anybody who doubts that they were Black or richly melanated or copper color indigenous people in all of the Americas, including Central and South America. Let me just share my screen. Give me just a second here.
Okay. While you do that.
Here we go.
Oh.
So if there's no such thing as Black indigenous people in the Americas, why did the Spaniards have a well-known practice called the blanqueamiento, known as the whitening? They also call it the major
but
hold on.
But that doesn't mean. Hold on.
Real quick, if I can present my piece of evidence to the court of public opinion.
If you compare,
they also call this the major la raza, which means improving the race towards an ideal whiteness.
Right. They did that in Mexico too.
They would take an indigenous person who's clearly Black. They would rape her or force her to have a baby with a Spanish conquistador, and now her daughter comes out like this, a mulatto.
Yeah, but
then they force her daughter to have a baby with a European, and now her child comes out like this, white passing. So in less than 2 generations, they systematically changed the phenotype of the indigenous people. And if there's no such thing as Black Indians, then what is this colonial practice?
So is that Black?
Hold on. Let me answer. Hold on. Let me answer.
A Black Indian.
Mike, an Indian indigenous, because in Mexico they did this, right? You have indigenous people. They
did this all across the Americas,
yes,
wherever the Spanish were.
I don't know why I said Black
they
Indian.
are darker than European.
Is that Black woman an Indian?
Hold on, let me finish. They are darker than European, but they are not. They are not Africans. They are not dark like African. There is complete difference. These people still exist. We know this. They did not whitewash the whole of Mexico, Guatemala. Oh, this
no,
these people,
they did. They systematically did it.
They have. I know they have the. They have the.
South America.
They have the.
You're not asking the right questions.
Hold on. South America has colorism issues to this day.
Hold on. They did not whitewash all of these people. Like I literally have friends.
I literally just shared with you the policy.
What I'm saying, no. What I'm saying, these are real people, real, not picture. These are Indians from Mexico.
No, this isn't just a picture. This is also the name of the policy, which is the blanqueamiento. Anybody can Google this phrase.
I know, but that doesn't
exactly
mean
what it's about.
That doesn't mean that they were
doing that with Africans. You're asking the wrong questions,
hold on.
bro.
They are doing it. They did it with the natives there. You know,
that Black woman in that picture, is she an Indian? Yes or no, Mike? That dark-skinned woman, that dark-skinned old lady that you see, is that an Indian or a Black African woman?
I said she was indigenous to America. Do you
okay,
want to
so you get it now, Afrodamus, right?
No, he's asking if she's Black.
No, he's saying that she's an Indian.
I mean, I can pull up Spanish journals from 1529 that talk about Black Indians on the California coast, but that won't satisfy you either.
Hold on, no, but they did not call them Negros. There's a difference.
No, I'm talking about a Spanish text
and also what you said
on the coast from Africans. They even theorize off of maybe they're Africans, maybe they came from Ethiopia.
So let me bring it back to why I even came up here in the first place, bro.
Hold on, guys. You gotta let the host speak
because he believes. Hold on.
You gotta let the host speak, buddy. Because you use the grape word, right? In Spanish colonies and Portuguese colonies, they had a policy. They could mix, with the natives, and even when they started bringing the African slaves, it's the British in North America and Jamaica who did not. They had a policy not to mix with the African races. So there was no gripping, they were even, marrying them. But let's bring in to Niger. To Niger, welcome to the Afrodamus Report.
Yo, let me ask you a question. Did you go to school, bro? Since you asked me that shit, did you go
To Niger, unmute yourself. Are you there, to Niger? To Niger. I don't know what happened to Niger. Okay. All right. Shinad, focus on the topic. You know, all these
he believes that black woman, the dark-skinned woman, he believes that's an Aboriginal Indian.
And you believe it's an African. Congratulations.
Right, so do you get it? That's how I asked. Did you go to school, Afridamus? Since you want to ask, you asked me that stupid ass question. So you're arguing. You're not asking him the right question. So yes,
what question do you want to ask him?
Well, let me bring it back to why I even came up here in the first place.
What do you want to? If you want to ask him something, why don't you just ask him?
He does not see himself as a black American. He sees himself as an Aboriginal. You don't see yourself as a black American. You see yourself as a.
Why are you putting words in my mouth, boy?
Okay, so now I'm a boy. So you're
guys acting like a boy.
I'm asking you, what is your purpose? What is your purpose?
Hold on, Shinad, you're the only one.
What is your purpose?
Shinad, look.
Why is he?
So we're having genuine conversation. This is not about emotions. If Mike sees things the way it is, and he's showing you, if you cannot counter his point, just leave it alone. Why are you getting mad at the man? Like, he's showing you
1 = 2.
Yeah.
Me and Afrodamus agree on Africans partnering with Europeans during the transatlantic slave trade, and we disagree on Black Indians. We can agree to disagree. Right. It's fine.
Exactly.
You came up here as soon as I came up here, bro. So no one here is mad. I'm just
so everything is about you. I'm
trying to figure out. No, I'm trying to figure out the purpose of the stream.
I already said why I joined, but I'll repeat myself if you need me to.
You joined up here as soon as I came up here.
And I already said why I joined, but if you want me to repeat myself, I'll tell you again.
Question, and you jumped in for whatever
Hold on,
reason.
Shinad, can you, what do you want to add onto the topic, please? I'm going to try this again with you. You're over here, acting like someone did something to you. First, you attacked me. Now you are here.
I attacked you now.
Yes. So just focus on the topic. Let's allow Two Niger. Two Niger,
I'm the sensitive one, right? I'm the sensitive one.
You are. Go ahead, Two Niger.
Oh, hello. Thank you for having me, Afridamos.
Thank you for coming in, Two Niger.
Yeah, happy New Year. I hope you expand and do well in this new year, 2025.
How far, bro?
I'm managing. We're just a day at a time, isn't it?
You did good.
Shinad, let me put you in the back. Go ahead, Two Niger.
All right then. So yeah, greetings to Mike TV, to the chat, and to the viewers. So is this about Africans selling slaves?
Oh yeah, I showed how like some of the Africans, like Dahomey, other different kingdoms, like they sold, fellow, like the people they conquered, they sold them into slavery, and just the Africans' role in it.
Yeah, I think that is not disputed. That some
right.
disputed.
My point is, it's not all like Africans. Like in America, like you have this group that's it. Your Africans sold us, but the true story is no. It's several powerful people. Just like today, does everyone Congolese, like for example, they have lots of minerals. Mm-hmm. Do ordinary Congolese have access to be able to sell that to the Europeans?
No.
See, we might say, oh, look at the Congo getting exploited. But if we look, are they really? It's like groups of powerful Congolese who make this happen, like they trade with people. They don't care about the rest, right?
Yeah, that's how it happened.
Yeah, so it's like that. It's not like the Africans were chilling on the beach, drinking their, pina colada, and then the white man came and kidnapped them.
No. I think it's a collaboration between, especially like in the case of West Africa, the riverine areas collaborated with the British to go inland and capture people and bring them on shore for them to be shipped off. So it happened like that for quite a long time before.
Tunaja.
Yeah.
Tunaja, you didn't even see the documentary, or you didn't hear what I said, but you repeated what the documentary said and what I said. Shinad, now how do you feel? So does Tunaja also have a motive?
No, I'm saying, yo, this is
Tunaja did not even hear.
This is common history, bro.
No, wait. He didn't even hear it. How come he said the same thing all of us said?
What did he say?
Okay, never mind. Tunaja, continue.
No, my point is, yo.
Go ahead, Tunaja.
Yeah, there are people in the Riverine area till today that still know this history, that they know.
Yeah, that's common history.
That they took people from the inland and sold them into slavery. As a matter of fact, there are some parts of River State in Nigeria today that the Igbo people became more in number because of that. Isaac Park, what's his name? King Jaja Popo. He's an Igbo man. He was inland, but because Rivers people were going to bring slaves from inland where the Igbos are, he ended up in one of the royal houses, and that's how he became a king in that area too. So the history is well documented that most natives, some natives collaborated with the British to do these things. But as time went on, the British started freelancing on their own too, because they started conquering the kingdoms
the British were the ones that abolished the slavery. If you look at the timeline, the British would, the Arabs, they are able to go in, but the British, the wars they were fighting, they were stopping those kingdoms from slavery. If you look at the timeline,
they stopped it because they didn't want those people being shipped out anymore, because they are now colonizing it.
Right. So they had to colonize them, because after, like, Dahomey, when they conquered it, the fight was the king did not want to stop slavery because he said that would take his power away. So he rather
I think that's the narrative they want to paint for
slavery
you.
Out of the kindness of their heart.
It's the narrative that they want to paint for you. First,
Mike, do you think that's just a narrative, or this did in fact happen? I mean, if someone common sense, if they are making money, you want to come and stop their business, do you just see them laying down?
I think, like, if you look at the First World War, when it happened, they'll say it's because they assassinated the king and it spilled over into a war.
The Archduke of Ferdinand.
Yes, but why in reality the war is about the control of the heartland. So it's like that with the ending of slavery. They'll tell you the surface information, but the deeper information is because they knew they were taking the continent, they were colonizing the continent. What's the point of selling people when you want the people to be on that continent to generate wealth for you? And
exactly. That's why I asked if we're all on one accord that the British should not end slavery out of the kindness of their heart. It was a business strategy. There were slave rebellions going on. There was
Haitians were the first to abolish slavery,
fighting to get in on the slave trade.
The Haitians were the first
to colonize Africa. So all it was a change of strategy.
Yeah, they knew they didn't need them shipped out anymore because they needed them.
And how many hundreds of years had they been practicing slavery before they finally abolished it? Centuries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Centuries. So this is just like a drug dealer. I'm a drug dealer and I'm selling meth and I'm making millions of dollars selling meth. Well, now the FBI starts watching and other drug dealers start getting on my turf. And now I'm like, you know what? I think I want to switch to weed instead. So I changed my hustle. The British just changed their hustle. That's all they did. They started to colonize.
They didn't change it. They expanded it. They took the entire continent. What are you talking about? They were taking a few people from the continent. Now they took the entire place. They were expanding the entire thing.
No, hold on.
He says the British were the ones who abolished. It was the Haitians that stopped the slave trade. They were the first.
Before that point in time, they were on equal footing with Africans. In my research, it said that it took Europeans up to 2 months to travel to the west coast of Africa. And when they got to the west coast of Africa, sometimes they had to spend up to 280 days with that local African warlord participating in tribal ceremonies before he was allowed to purchase slaves from that African warlord. So they were business partners before they started to colonize and dominate.
Yeah, but from their point of view, when they resolved their own issues among themselves, they had a Berlin conference. They found the cure for malaria. Case closed. They went there and they started taking the land from the people and carving it up among themselves.
Well,
During that
that's a
period,
whole
that's when they
different
stopped
topic.
it. No, but it was during that same period they stopped. They outlawed slavery because it's their land now. What's the point of moving people from land to land? They can easily ship somebody if they wanted to ship. Let's say if the British were colonizing the UK, they can send people from the UK. The British were colonizing the Nigerian space. They can send people from the Nigerian space to America if they needed them there, like they did in the Second World War
So
and the first one.
to Niger, don't you technically the transatlantic slave trade, the blacks should be thankful for it because it saved most of them from ever being, human sacrifices for those kings, some of those kingdoms that practice human sacrifices in the thousands.
No kingdom, no
Yes,
kingdom.
they did. To Niger, yes,
Hold
they
on,
did.
let's calm down
There are
here.
people
No
who still
kingdom.
practice.
I
Dahomey
don't know
did.
one kingdom in Nigeria.
Dahomey did. Benin did.
Not in large numbers like you are
No,
not
yes,
like the Aztecs. Nothing
no,
like that.
it was large numbers, buddy.
No, not
Yes,
in
it
the.
That was
was.
probably more numbers than
Come
the
on, come
Aztecs,
on.
motherfucker.
No, not even close, man. No, not even close to the Aztec. We are talking
No,
about like during ceremonies or festivals or things like that when the
right,
king
right.
dies.
Yeah, and thousands was sacrificed.
No, come on, stop making that stuff up. Not thousands.
I read
Look,
books
Ah,
that said when a certain
Tunaja,
African leader
Tunaja.
died, they would
Yeah,
kill a lot of his slaves.
yeah, Tunaja.
yeah, they kill a lot of the slaves, but
Tunaja,
not
Tunaja.
thousands.
No,
They are
Tunaja,
resourced now.
Tunaja. I knew this from oral history before I read it in a book. Like literally, like this is. I mean, there are people who still do this human sacrifice in secrecy from those regions. This is a fact.
Yeah, they do that, but not at the scale.
No,
The scale
because
you're
now it's
mentioning is too
illegal.
high.
Now it's illegal. But back in the days, when the king owned these people, they conquered these kingdoms. They had like thousands of slaves. Oh yeah, they were doing it.
Maybe it's you guys in Gambia that do that or
No,
something.
no,
I don't know.
they
Maybe it's the
mentioned
Dinka
they
tribe. Maybe it's
mentioned
that Dinka tribe people.
no,
Your people are the ones that do that.
they mentioned
Mainly.
Dahomey, Benin, those areas. Yeah, they were
Wait,
still
Yeah.
hold on though. So earlier Aphrodama said that maybe those slaves should be grateful that they got to,
because they would
get
have been
plantations
sacrificed,
instead
right?
of, be sacrificed, right?
Right.
Well, instead, first of all, I think it's in poor taste to say that slaves should be grateful for slavery. But
No,
if
no.
they were to be
Okay, if
grateful
you
for
remove,
anything,
if you what
yeah,
I'm
no,
saying,
but,
right?
but if they were to be grateful for anything, I think
Yeah.
you'd have to be grateful to not be born and raised as a continental African, because it
Well,
seems like losing the lottery in life is being born and raised as a continental African.
Well, there are people who are born here, in America. They're supposed to win the lotto, but is it really a lottery ticket for them? Like in this day and age,
No, I'm just
like,
saying, globally speaking, Africans are the most down bad, the most poorest, the most destitute on every scale.
yeah, but that still doesn't change the history.
But if you're going to say that African slaves should be grateful for anything, I
Yeah,
don't
but
think that
what
they would
I'm
be
saying,
grateful for not
hold
being
on,
a human sacrifice.
hold
I
on.
think they would be grateful for not having their descendants born and raised as a continental African, because if they
Well,
were, they would have to flee to Europe or flee to America because
no,
Africa's just so
no.
bad.
Here's the thing: they would have never even been born. That's my point. So you're speaking in terms of today. In terms of today, Africans are free. Like you can travel, you can go wherever you want. No
Africans are
one,
the most enslaved people on earth, and
some,
they're slaves in
yeah,
their own
some,
homeland.
and slavery is a mindset. If you lack the education, you would be enslaved. Like FBAs here in America, majority of black people are still mentally enslaved.
We're not
Like,
talking mental enslavement. Africans have real modern day enslavement. They
well,
just call it human trafficking, child sex trafficking. You
name
guys
those
still give
places.
slaves to the Middle East to this day.
No, that's not true. There are people.
Okay.
Mike, here's the thing. We have to stick with,
You're
facts.
telling me
Like,
slavery does not exist in Africa in
no,
2025?
I already spoke about that. But what you are saying, when you compare it back in those days, people do not have the free movement. Like you call it fleeing, but the reality of it is people like Africans are free people. So when I say
If
free,
anyone
it's
does a
up to
simple
you.
Google search,
Hold
it
on,
says
hold on,
slavery
hold on,
still exists in Africa present day.
hold on. I did speak on that, but again, people are free. There are people who came from those cultures. Those cultures, if they are born in it, I'm pretty sure they are not free. It's practiced there, and I've spoke on that. But saying that Africans in general are not free, that's not true. Like I'm the
How are they
freest
free
man.
if they have no economic mobility? If
Sure,
they have no justice, no peace?
I'm an African. I'm free.
And you had to come to America to get
I
freedom.
I was free in Africa too. What are you talking about?
But you still chose to come to America, right?
Yes, that's what
because
freedom,
America was a better option.
No, Mike, that's what is called freedom. There are people in countries, communist countries, you know, maybe now it's lax. They don't have the freedom to live. See, I'm a free person. I want to be able to do what I'm doing now.
Sir, if
You know,
Africa was so popping, you would live there right now. You have all the resources, all the diamond, all the oil, all the cobalt. If you're so free, why don't you have control over your minerals? Why does the Chinaman and the Russian have control over Africa?
Mike, you're not making sense at this point. You are speaking in terms of like saying things that the government should control. Me as an individual, as a person, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. I've never ever been restricted, you know, from doing what I want.
Restricted. That's why you moved to America.
How was I? Hold on. How was I restricted?
Because whatever your dream was, whatever your goal was in life, you couldn't achieve it on the continent of Africa.
No, that's not true. Well, I don't know that because I did not stay, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, hold on. I am judging you harshly because for all I know, you came here as an infant. You came here at 5 years old.
No. Here's the thing.
Was it like you were a full adult?
Hold on, Mike. For example, right? Before we go further, what is your definition of freedom?
My audio cut out really bad.
Okay, what is your definition of freedom? Is your freedom, is it based on what other people create for
My
you?
Definition of freedom is
you is what?
The pursuit of happiness.
Well, if you go to Africa, like you're gonna find lots of Africans that are happy.
That is false. Every African, if they had the ability to, they would move to a Western country.
That doesn't mean they are not happy.
Someone in America there are plenty. They could be happy sometimes, but they'd rather live in a nice suburban community, right?
Okay. Again, what I'm saying is, so your idea of happiness and somebody else's idea of happiness are quite different. You know, like for instance,
happiness is the
there are people. Hold on. There are people, right, in America. Like this place is full of opportunity, information. You know, the American passport. You can travel wherever you want in the world, right? They're not taking advantage of it if you ask them.
Because we don't need to, because we have everything right here.
Again. Hold on. Let me finish.
I can never travel to another country, and I'm not missing everything because I have everything I need right at home.
Mike, there are plenty of people out here. They're not getting any of that. They're out here homeless.
The poorest, most homeless person in America is rich. Compared to a middle-class African.
That's a lie.
And you know it's a fact.
No,
I'd rather be poor in a first world country than be middle class in a third world shithole any day of the week.
Mike, it looks like you're right now, you know, in your feelings because you don't understand what freedom is. You know what true freedom is? You see how like the white people came here to America, the pilgrims, you know, like they came here They conquered the land. See, conquering,
No,
right?
they came
Hold
here.
on,
And they
hold on. Let me
starved,
finish, Mike.
and they
Mike,
died.
it's
And
called.
they had to form
Hold on,
friendships
hold on,
with my
hold on,
people so we can
Mike.
teach them how to
Hold on,
survive.
hold on.
And
Let
then
me finish,
hundreds of years later, they broke.
Mike. You're gonna have to let me speak. You gotta let me speak.
Oh, my bad. I didn't notice that you were speaking.
Oh, did you hear me?
No, sometimes my audio goes in and out.
Okay, so here's what conquering is. Not everyone is a conqueror. Some people are born with it in their spirit. Like, for instance, during the time of like Genghis Khan, people like that, right? That era where men can put soldiers together and conquer. If I lived during that time, I would have conquered many territories because the spirit is in me. Okay, and you have explorers, for instance, explorers, people who go to territories, travel the world. The world is under their feet. They are free to go wherever they want with nothing stopping them, right? In my life, I have never had any restriction. Wherever I want to go, I go to.
I'm not talking about travel.
No, I mean, you said freedom, right? We're
And
speaking
I said
on
that
freedom.
my definition of freedom is the pursuit of happiness.
Okay.
I didn't say travel.
All right. So when somebody is traveling, don't you think they're happy doing that?
No, because some Africans travel on banana boats and damn near drown in the Transatlantic Ocean because their boats are so insecure.
Hold on.
Some
I'm speaking
Africans
about
sneak
me.
on
Hold
cruise
on.
ships
Hold
and
on.
hide beneath the decks. No, I don't think every person who's traveling is doing it under the best of means.
Hold on. Forget about those people. I'm speaking about me. I don't know, what those people's their motives are.
And I don't know your story. I don't know.
Okay,
if
you don't.
legally
Okay, well, I'm
migrated
telling
here.
you.
I don't know
Well,
if you had a
hold
green
on, hold
card,
on,
if you married
hold
someone.
on, hold on. I'm just telling you. For instance, like how the pilgrims came, they took the land, right? They built it. So
They
I
were
live.
given land.
Hold on. Whatever happened, right? They came and they saw they like they stay. The same thing for me. I can go wherever I want, and that's exactly what I'm doing. So I
Yes,
don't know.
you can travel
However,
freely, but I don't think that you could accomplish your dreams in Africa, or else you would be in Africa.
Again, you can call it whatever you want, right?
Why did you come to America? Was it for education? Was it for work?
Again, because like I said, I'm a free person. I can go wherever I want in
You
the
won't
world.
even tell us the reason why you
I
migrated.
just told you. I just literally told you why I came.
Because you're a free person.
I'm a free person.
So why didn't you go to China?
Because I don't want to go there. I'm a free person. I don't.
Why didn't you go to Iraq?
Again, I'm a free person. A free person.
So what about America was attractive to you?
Do you know the meaning of free person?
Sir, what about my country was attractive to you?
No.
What made you like America?
Hold on. Let me ask you. You just asked me a question. You said, how? You said, why didn't I go to China? Because I didn't want to go to China.
Yeah. So why did you want to go to America?
Because this is where I want to be.
And you won't give us a actual.
I just literally told you.
For education, you can't tell us it's because you wanted to start a business.
Look.
It's just because you wanted.
Look, here's the thing. Just because I'm not gonna tell you something to fit your thoughts doesn't mean
No, it's just you won't share it all.
No. I'm just telling you first of all, because clearly our thought process is different. Like you saying again. It's just like in life, right? In life, everybody is born with a hand, different hands. Okay, so like when you play in poker, you have your cards. So the way you play it is going to determine whether you're gonna win or lose.
Yeah, and if you're
win or lose,
bad hand in Africa, you move to America.
Again, you the way you are speaking about it, you don't seem to understand the realities of life. So that's why you are probably gonna continue to lose.
The realities of life is food, water,
because Mike, clearly, don't you think this looks bad on you for you to even think someone coming from Africa, right? Who have, like you said, have no food, light, all of that, How did they come to America and totally dominate you and beat you in every category in life? How did that happen?
My audio just cut out again. Can you repeat yourself?
How do people who have nothing according to you make this journey to come here to America and totally dominate you and beat you in every category? How did that happen?
Can we be more specific? There's so many immigrants fleeing to America. Are you talking about Africans?
Africans, anyone, people come in here.
Okay.
It's not only,
can you share your screen or show any proof that Africans are dominating white TV?
Mike, because first of all, if Africans were not dominating you,
Afrodamus, I shared my screen.
Hold on, let me finish. Mike,
can you show any evidence to support that Africans are dominating Black Americans?
Hold on, Mike. I can assure you.
Okay, right? I will shut up until you show me. I'll mute myself.
No, I said I can assure you. If Africans were not dominating you, you will not be coming here.
So I just have to take your word for it.
No. What I'm saying.
We're like
what I'm saying. Hold on.
Like how many
Let me finish.
College people get degrees versus how many Black Americans
again.
You don't have any statistics to support your claim.
Again, just like I was saying earlier, right? If you did not feel a certain type of way that you're getting dominated, you will not be coming here and questioning why would somebody come to America. If you don't know why people come to America, then you are a loser. I don't need
poverty. I know exactly why Africans come to my ancestral homeland. You're just too insecure to say
Americans, hold on.
Inflation,
Americans, hold on.
Sex trafficking.
Mike, Americans that are doing well, you will never ever see them go to, like, let's say an immigrant channel and start speaking these insecurities to them, questioning why did they come to America. Only losers do this. Mike, you have proven that.
That's not insecure.
No, Mike,
you are to your neighborhood and you have a new neighbor.
Mike,
you
are a loser.
Why they moved to the neighborhood.
Mike, you are clearly a loser. You came
Why
here.
do you run from that question?
No, you are clearly a loser. Why do you, if you don't feel insecure, why do you come to an African channel? Like you said, wait a minute. You say you are an Indian. You came to an African channel. You want to question why Africans come to America. Then you are a loser if you don't know why people come to America. You're a clear loser.
This is not an African channel. This is an American channel. Africans have nothing to do with YouTube.
There's nothing
to my homeland. Remember,
Mike. You are.
This is an African American YouTube channel. You're an African American now.
Mike, you are clearly a loser. Like, you've just proven it here. No American that is doing well would go to, quote unquote, foreign people's channel, as you would put it, to go there asking, why did you come to America? Who even does that? Nobody does that. Anybody doing good will never ask those questions.
So you won't tell me why you came to America, but you'll question why. I'm not here to answer that to you, because why would I answer? And all you have to say is,
hold on,
and we would have moved on.
Hold on.
Why are you so pressed?
Mike, I just want people to clearly see what a loser you are. You are clearly a loser.
That's how you feel. I've been here for over an hour. An hour into our conversation, I finally ask you why you moved to my country, and that makes me a loser. Yes. Not you for having to flee to my country. You're not a loser, but I'm a loser for asking you why you fled to my country, right?
Hold on. Allow this.
I'm a loser for asking, but you're not a loser for fleeing.
Allow others to speak.
Okay, yeah, let me go.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, so Afrodamus, you're thinking of Mike. He just said he's not black. He's not FBA. He's not Black American. He said he's Muskogee Creek, right?
Right.
But
no, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. No. He already showed his ID card, right?
Right.
Mike, do you think you have some, like, sort of European ancestry or something? because you don't really look Native American, bro. Like, are you mixed with Europe? Because you just said you're not African. You don't have no African in you, no African ancestry. So do you have like a smidge of like European?
Hey, Shinad, why you keep asking?
No, just wait, just wait real quick. Answer the question, bro.
Mike, do you want to answer his question or we move on? Unmute yourself.
Yo, if you can scroll back and
okay,
let's
go. Let's go.
I was on mute. Wait,
yes.
hold on. I was on mute.
Do you want to answer his question or we move
Someone's
on?
asking me. Wait, who's asking me a question?
Shinar.
I said, do you have like a smidge of?
Is Shinar the same dude who was up here earlier?
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, respectfully, I'm not gonna waste my time with that dude. But if there's any new people on the panel, I love to hear what new people have to say.
Okay, Shinad, we're moving on. Mike, go ahead, Mike Omowale.
Hey, Afridamus. I just wonder. Okay, so I do have encountered my TV before, so we're cool now. The thing is, okay, if he's Native American and he's not African, he's not connected, he's not tied to Africa at all. And how come you only have issue with? He's only questioning Africans.
I am connected to Africa.
No, Mike. You know why? Mike, you know why he does that? You know why?
It's self-hatred, bro. He doesn't want to
hold
claim
on,
his African.
Shinad, I'm gonna put you in the back since you lack self-control.
I have African
connection. Mike. You know why he does that? You know why the guy is truly he's a loser. Because it's one of those people. He doesn't know what he really is. He just showed his ID. He said he's native. This is why I'm letting him speak, right? What is somebody who's arguing that he's native of this land? What is he doing in a transatlantic slave trade African conversation? And then questioning why I came to America. He believes this is his land, right? Mm-hmm. He's just like an ant here. Like, he doesn't matter, because if he mattered, he wouldn't be coming here wasting his energy. He would go to their tribal people's channel and start talking about this. But I knew eventually this is where he's coming. But reality, he doesn't understand how dumb he sounds. So he's admitting people are coming from places that he considered no opportunity whatsoever, and they come in here, getting things he can only dream of. Like, how crazy is that?
Can't prove that, right?
Because the reason why is because, like, American immigration is not limited to Africa. It's
but
the whole world.
He's Indian.
It's the whole world that comes there, right?
No, but African native Black Americans,
like Arabs, Indian, Europeans, South America, everybody. But the only people who come to question, why are you here? Why are you fleeing?
Afridamus, that's my point. What is the purpose of this stream, bro?
No, because
I'm just wondering, like, the only people that question.
You get it now, bro. What is the purpose? What do you have to do with?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. So the only people that will question for being here are the Africans. When obviously American immigration program is pretty much,
think about it. This guy said,
country, the American embassy, their visa program is pretty much the whole world, except maybe countries like Iran.
I mean, Mike,
Iran and North Korea and maybe Russia.
Shout out to Tasha, the only one with common sense.
Mike, think about this. Mike, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mike, can you imagine, like, with how the policies work, and you've got millions of other people, like you said, immigrated here, and then a loser who doesn't even know if he is Black or not, right? We don't know what he is. He comes over. He wants me to tell him why I came to America. Mike, can you imagine? How dumb this guy sounds? Like, he doesn't even understand the country that he lives in. This is why him and many are gonna continue being losers. I wonder if some of these people are crack babies, because the way they reason, I wonder sometimes, like, there's something literally wrong with people like him. Like you said, there are plenty, millions of immigrants. I bet you a lot of the places he goes and shops is owned by
they're all invited. They're all invited by the United States government.
Yeah,
because the United States government literally went to those countries, put the embassies there, offer the visas to the people, and the people took it and they came, and then you're questioning particular groups, the Africans only.
Because you know why, Mike, because it's other Africans, because Africans tend to be nice about it, right? So they see the Africans as the weak one to go to. Oh yeah, look at the your country GDP,
now I would think
blah,
maybe
blah,
it's
blah. Like
the Africans start doing good.
What is here's the thing. What is my GDP? That's what I care about. My GDP. That's what counts.
Afridamus, I kind of believe the reason you gave that is because maybe the Africans beginning to perform very well. Because I remember you and I came here. I remember I was in the 90s, to be honest.
Right.
Back then, when the Africans were not known for being this successful immigrant, they didn't used to ask those questions.
I know.
They don't even have time for you. Black Americans used to have time for the African immigrants. The only time they give you is the time to call you African British graduate and move on. That's it. They won't even come to they won't even come near you. They won't even give you the second to engage in a conversation, or they won't even welcome you to even talk to them. Like they saw you as, okay, you're nobody. But all of a sudden, it's almost like they're beginning to see the African immigrants just popping up, performing well, and now it's like, oh wow, we got to talk to you guys. Why are you here? You didn't ask me 20 years ago. You're not asking me today. I literally know Black Americans like I knew like 20 years ago. They never spoke to me. But today they're asking me why you here. I'm like, dude, you should have asked me this 20 years ago.
Right.
All of a sudden, I'm driving Mercedes, and you're not asking me why I'm here. Right. You waited till I started driving Mercedes before you asked me why I'm here.
He should have. This Mike should have applied to work at the U.S. Embassy prior to me coming. Then he can ask me all these dumb questions. But how are you gonna ask me this when I have been a citizen for many decades now? Oh, not decades, but years. So it's like it makes absolutely no sense. That's like asking me why I, or telling me who I should vote for and why. Like, dude, I can vote just like anyone else. I don't.
Who did you vote for, bro?
I don't need to tell you that. Who do you think I voted for, Shinad?
For Trump.
Oh.
If you know the answer, then why did you ask?
Then why did you ask?
No. You could have said yes or no. I mean, you could have told me who you voted for. But
well, I voted for Kamala.
But yeah, so
are you gonna respond? I voted for Kamala.
No, you didn't, bro. You didn't. You've been on a lot of tap dancing channels, bro. So come on. Look, Mike already said he's not Black, bro. So you're talking about you're comparing yourself to Native Americans. So how are the Native Americans doing? That's what you should ask him. Because he already told you he's not Black, bro. Right? And again, like, you're not even Black yourself. You don't even call yourself African. I think you say you're American, right?
Oh.
So you don't see yourself as Black or African. He doesn't see himself as Black or African.
Shinad.
What's the purpose of this stream, bro?
Shinad, even if I don't see myself as African, according to you, can I fake being an Indian? Is that possible? Like,
Oyibo is your cousin, bro.
Hold on,
that's your cousin.
Even if I pretend to say I'm not African, you think I can pull
just
it
like
off?
Oyibo is his cousin?
Does it matter what I think I am?
Y'all both hate yourselves, bro.
Yeah.
It's self-hatred, both of y'all.
Okay, you've repeated that many times. All right, guys, we're about to do our closing here. Okay, who's going next? Tunaja. Is it Tunaja? Tunaja, unmute yourself. Going once? No, he's not there. Mike, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Me or the other one?
No, the other Mike. Mike TV. And I don't know what happened to him. Are you there, Mike? No. Tunaja, go ahead. Are you there, Tunaja? I can't hear too, Niger. Go ahead, Mike.
So Niger probably rants another stream real quick, and you know.
but Mike, what do you think about like, because I find it interesting, like, I mean,
Mic check, mic check.
Yes,
you see when you see when that guy first came on the stream, when he told you that, why you talking about Black American history coming from a Gambia,
right?
What does that tell you?
But Mike, Mike, you know how, like, I allow these conversations, right? Because and I engage the people. I want Africans to see it, because some Africans, they will get mad whatsoever. You gotta let the people talk. You do not owe none of these people any explanation. If they want, they can say you come from the poorest country or whatever. Like, who cares? Like, dude, I live a good life, and people I live good. Great life. So what are you talking about?
A lot of these guys have this mentality that if you're Black and you're not, you're from another, you're just beneath the Black Americans. You just.
But Mike is not. But Mike is not Black. He said he's Indian.
We all know this game. Well, okay. One thing I know they all have in common: both the Indian, both the Black, both the Hebrew.
No, but the real Indians do not talk about Africans.
Say it again.
The real Indians, like, I know natives, real ones.
Oh, the real one, the Red Indians. The Red Indians don't even. The Red Indians don't talk about you because they know they're not connected. They don't have anything. They're not connected to you.
There's many tribes.
Oh, I know people from the Tulalip tribe. I know Yakama tribe people.
Yeah, the real Native Americans don't even engage Africans, man. They know they.
I know some who I don't even know what their tribe is.
The only issue those ones have whenever they want to go to.
I've been to powwows, I've ate fried bread. Like, I know the culture.
Yeah, but
some of this culture, but those people don't have no connection to Africans, to us Africans. They don't talk about African.
So, is my mic working?
Yes. So with Mike TV, it's rather strange. He even, like, showed his ID, but I don't know why he is like, if he's native to this country, why is he talking about slaves that are shipped?
The real Native Americans, man, they only engage the U.S. government, and
exactly. So to me, yeah, like,
if they're gonna have time for immigrants.
Hold on, I was having some audio issues, but it sounded like Aphrodite asked me a very good question. It sounds like he asked me, well, hey Mike, if you're an Indian, then why are you asking me, an African, these questions, right?
Now, what are you doing in African, like, Black conversation where it's about slavery, and you come in here asking me why I came to America? Go and ask the U.S. government.
Yeah, so you're wondering why me as an Indian is asking an African why they came to America, right?
I'm not wondering at all.
It sounded like you were asking me a question.
No, it's rhetorical.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to give you an answer.
Okay,
but
go ahead. You can give an answer. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, the reason why this American Indian is asking the African why he moved to America is because you moved to my country, boy. If I moved to Africa, you have every right to ask me why I moved to Africa. So when you move to someone else's country, they have a right to ask what you're doing here.
I am an American now, buddy. I've paid plenty of taxes, probably longer than you have. So
sure, you have the right to ask, but
like,
doesn't mean you have they have to answer you.
Exactly, like, freedom of speech, buddy. Like,
does he ask the Chinese man why he moved to America?
No, he doesn't. he thinks that because probably other Africans, like, have entertained that conversation. It's like, if you
most Chinese people are fine living in China. It's the Africans that don't want to live in
Really?
their country.
How many Africans, even from all the countries, how many of them live here in the United States? Give me the number. African immigrants in America.
Would you just ask me what the
What is the
African
population
immigration
of-
number is?
What is the population of African immigrants in America?
It's too damn high. That's my
Higher than
answer.
Haitians?
It's
Higher
too
than
damn high.
Okay.
It's one
Joe.
too many.
Okay, so again.
Open in through Mexico.
Okay, so clearly, again, like I said,
too many.
Clearly, I don't think that
Again,
Africa
again,
benefit
again,
anything
again.
to American society by and large. You're right.
Okay,
There's
so
too many
that's what-
successful blacks
look,
for the first time, you know. So
like
that's
no, it's a fact. Like literally, if you look at even the conversations they engage some Africans, right? You would find people that are confused, like him, who don't even know what race he's part of, but he wants to come and question you.
I
Because
told
they
you
are
what
told-
tribe I'm a part of. Can you
Yeah,
tell me
you
what
are-
tribe you're a part of?
But you are. I'm not talking about America. You guys go by race.
I told you the name of my tribe. What's the name of your
Sir,
African tribe,
sir.
Aphrodamus?
Sir, here people go by race.
He's not
So,
going to
are you-
answer.
Are you
guys.
black? Are you black? Are you black, Mike? Unmute yourself. You're muted, Mike. Mike, unmute yourself. Okay.
It's crazy how I directed this whole.
Okay, let's bring in Kung Fu Panda. Go ahead, Kung Fu Panda.
Thank you, Aphrodamus. Hello, Mike. Hello, Chenard. Hello, St. James. Hello, Mike TV. So I came up here specifically for Mike TV. Now, Mike TV, you and me, probably over a year ago already, I think it was on Kaizo's panel, and you had made the claim that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 paved the way for the 1965 Immigration and Emancipation Act. Do you remember that? And you cited a third-party source.
Mike, unmute
No,
yourself.
I'm sorry. I don't remember you at all.
Okay, but do you remember making a claim like that ever?
I think I remember. I remember when you.
If
guys-
I don't remember you, then I don't remember whatever conversation you're
Hold on,
alleging
hold
we
on,
had.
hold on. Let me
Okay,
ask
so-
Mike. Hold on, Mike. Mike, are you black?
Hold on. I'm rolling up a joint. I need 3 minutes,
No,
and
are
I've
you-
already
are you-
answered that I'm
hold
black.
on,
I
are
mean,
you-
it's obvious. I'm
Wait,
black.
are you?
There's 30 seconds to
Wait,
go up.
Mike. Answer the question. Are you black? We want to know. Are you black?
He already said no, bro.
Okay, me no black, papi, huh? Okay, let's put him in the back for a minute. When he finishes.
Yo, are you black?
No, I'm Chinese.
So Aphrodamus.
ahead.
So basically, at that time, I mean, I've already read the Emancipation Act many times. So what he was prepared with at that day is that he had a third-party source claiming that the Civil Rights Act paved the way for the Immigration Act the next year, which did not happen. So I didn't have my source, which is the actual Immigration Act, but he had a third party. So I asked him that
I think
day.
it was treaties with different
Hold
countries.
on.
Shenard, if you
That
interrupt
particular
us,
day, I
bring it
asked him,
back.
"Do you have the actual Emancipation Act that you can source instead of a third party?" He totally denied it. He said, "This is the source. This is the source." Well, I'm here today with the source. Anybody can access it on the U.S. government website, govinfo.org or excuse me. What is this?
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
govinfo.gov, and you can get the PDF file. Anybody can read it. Anybody can search it. You can type in civil rights, nothing comes up. You can type in 1964, which one thing comes up, which has nothing to do with civil rights. You could even type in the word black, because his conversation was, if it wasn't for us paving the way, then you Africans and Caribbeans wouldn't be coming here to our country. So he wasn't able to prove through the actual act itself. He had to go to a third party
Mic check.
that drummed up a story of what did not
I
happen.
mean, what's the purpose of a country establishing?
Look.
Mike
Here's
check,
the
Mike
thing.
check.
here's the thing, Kung Fu Fanta. This is why I allowed the conversation. He said he's
Does someone have a
native.
question for me or no?
Hold on, let me finish. He said he's native. You know, they have their own sovereign area, sovereign land. I do not live.
Yeah, they call them reservations.
I do not live in a reservation. Like I'm not.
Neither do I.
I'm not under native jurisdiction. I'm under the United States of America. So this guy and I have nothing to do with each other. I'm not on his land. The land that
yes, you are. I'm also a U.S. citizen. I have dual citizenship, buddy.
Hold on. The land that was assigned to him and his people, I'm not on that land. Okay, so I owe this man no explanation whatsoever. You know, if he was a white person.
Afrodamus, we get it. You're not going to answer why you moved here.
Okay,
We can
let
move
me
past that.
ask
I will
you.
never ask you that question again, Afrodamus.
Are you
I hope
black?
to join your show sometime in the future.
Are you
and I
black?
promise
And
to
you're
come
not
back.
gonna
I will
prove
never
the
again ask you
1965 Act.
why you moved to America.
Don't run.
I didn't know it would upset you so
Hold
much.
on, don't run. I'm not upset at all. Trust me. Are you black, Mike?
I've answered that question on more than one occasion.
No,
My people have been reclassified as black.
no.
for
Are
decades
you
now.
are you black?
Me personally, I don't identify with a crayon color. If I pulled up a photo of me,
Okay.
you wouldn't say I'm the color black.
Okay, so
Just like I wouldn't say you're the color black, Afrodamus. You're more like a
So,
dark brown with hues of black.
So guys, did you hear this? You guys
Yes,
heard it.
I don't use my colonizer's racial classification in the way
Okay.
you want me to.
Oh,
You're right.
But
He got that from me because I say white.
I wanted to
people don't
respond to
exist.
Kung Fu Panda though, or Kung
Go
Fu
ahead.
Yeah,
Fanta.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think
Go
Kung
ahead,
Fu
respond.
Fanta came
You
up
got-
here
you got the
specifically
proof.
for me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Kung Fu Fanta, I just think that it's a little strange that you're holding on to an alleged conversation we had over a year ago. This is like damn near some stalkerish behavior. I don't know you. I don't remember you for you to be like, hey, dude, I talked to you a year ago and you were wrong and I'm right and I'm going to prove you're wrong. I mean, this is just strange.
No, it ain't about
I don't know
proving
what
you
you're
wrong.
referring to.
It's about you proving me wrong because that day you're trying to prove me wrong. So I
And the
asked
subject
you,
was about
do you
how
have
Black
the
Americans
actual
allegedly
Immigration
paved
Act,
the
and
way
you
for
could not
Africans
provide
to
it.
immigrate here.
You acted like you're acting now. You acted that way.
Is that what the
then
subject is?
Because
I'm
you
just asking you.
cannot prove what your claim was. So
Was the
therefore,
subject
mainly
about
the
whether or
stuff that
not Black Americans had any role to play in African migrants coming here? Is that the subject?
that's correct.
And you're a white man, right?
No, I'm not white. I'm Caucasian. I
Okay,
don't use the
so I'm
government's
not going to waste
classification.
my free time debating with a Caucasian.
Okay,
on
so
on
I
whether
got
or
the
not
act
Black
up. I actually
Americans
got the
paved
act
the
up
way for
and ready to share
immigration.
when
And
Afrodamus
that's not
wants
a
to share it.
conversation I feel
So
like
if you
having
want,
in my
if you want
spare
to
time with
dispute
some
what you
goddamn
said then,
pink belly
you
incel.
also made a reaction
Go
to
home,
that,
pink belly.
trying to make me
Go
look
home.
bad. And look at you. You're so emotional at this point. You every time somebody challenges you, you always get emotional. And you can't really stand on your ground when somebody
Sir,
is going to come
you're
up with their
stalking
own.
me. You're not
their
challenging
own-
me. You're stalking.
No,
That's a
no.
difference.
You're a stalker because you go around to all these different panels so you can start some type of little insurrection in conversation. And then you go back to your channel and then you react on it so you can get donations. That's your game. Everybody knows
Bro,
about
I
you,
gotta
Mike
play
TV.
that
That is
Stan
your
song
game.
right now.
So can you prove
I just drank a fifth of
now,
vodka. Dare me
like
to
back
drive?
then, that we
Jesus.
did have this conversation, by the way? Can you prove it?
I wonder why.
Okay,
I
so you're just
got
going to play
out
games.
of
So this
bed
is what
at
we get from
all.
Mike all the time.
The morning raindrops at my window, and I can't sleep. But yeah, that's you, homeboy. Down bad. Thinking about Mike over the last year.
All right, let's bring in St. James. Go ahead, St. James.
Thanks for having me, Afrodamus.
Welcome to the
That was an interesting show, man. I did like it,
Yes.
you know, and I like the personalities, man, that we have today, you know. And I'm still you still got it, man. You know, you still know how to lay the traps and for these, you know, for these funny dumb boys to come here and talk about Africa, one of the interesting continent in the world, you know, the most destitute people. But for some reason, we still get to attract a lot of people to visit the continent. You know, that's quite something. You know, we gotta appreciate that. You know, and
But
I
you
don't
don't
know.
want to visit,
I
right?
don't know a lot of Africans visiting the reserves now when they come here. We don't go to the Indian places. We don't do that. Because there is
Thank
nothing
God.
to see there. To be honest, there is nothing to see there. I've been there. I live in Colorado. I've been to the Navajo nations, and I've been all over the place.
We know your
Interesting
African has
people.
been to America. We know.
Interesting people, good
Guess what?
people,
We ain't
nice
never been to Africa.
conversation. But there is nothing to see there, bro. Nothing. So I mean, compared to where I came from, man, I still believe I got something. Compared to
But
what
you
I
don't want
saw
to live
here.
there, right?
No, I live there, bro. I live there.
But
in
you'd
both
rather be in
places.
America, right?
No, I mean it depends. If the money is good in America, I'll be on that side. If things are
Why
popping
can't
over
the
there,
money
I'll
be
be
good in
there.
Africa?
So why you can't get places, man? I know you ain't
Why
making
can't the
money
money
here in
be good in
America.
Africa?
All you do is begging for
You
money
have a
on YouTube
whole
on your channel.
continent. Do you
No,
understand how
listen.
stupid you sound?
No,
You don't just
can
have
you
one country,
listen in
two
life, right?
countries,
In
three
life, if you have
countries,
a channel,
10
right,
countries, 20
begging for
countries,
people,
40
begging for
countries. You have a
donations, right?
whole African
It
continent, and you're
already show
still
you ain't got
failures.
nothing. You ain't got nothing. You begging for donations on YouTube. You ain't got shit. You ain't accomplished nothing. That's what Mike was saying. When we came here, we had nothing, right? You guys wasn't questioning us. When we are surpassing you, then the questions are coming. So it is obvious that we are doing something right here in America. It is obvious to all Africans. You guys
right,
are being
St. James. You
interested
are
in
right.
us because there is
You are right. I
something special.
confess. St. James,
This
I
is
confess.
something. This is
You are
something
right.
special.
You
This
are
is
right.
something special about
Africans
Africans.
are coming to America, and they're
Yep.
so much more successful than
Yes,
us
sir.
Americans. And I'm just
Yes,
mad about it,
sir.
and I'm just
Yes,
insecure,
sir.
and I just wish
Yes,
I could be
sir.
as successful as you
Yes,
Africans. I just
sir.
wish I could be
Yes, sir.
successful like an African is.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Are you butthurt? Are you butthurt?
The African is in America driving
Yes,
Mercedes, and I'm
sir.
driving Honda Civic,
Yes,
and I'm just
sir.
so mad that the
Yes,
Africans are so
sir.
successful.
We are so successful. We are very special people.
Especially the Igbos. The Igbos
Yes,
are so
sir.
successful, they get me so mad.
Yes,
These
sir.
Igbos
We
come over
are.
here, and they're
We
doctors
are.
and they're lawyers,
We
and
are.
it makes my blood
And
boil.
I'm happy that you are saying it with pride, man. I'm
Yes,
happy.
these are my confessions. I confess.
I'm really glad that you are saying it.
Oshun, Olegba,
Oh
Baba
my God!
Yaga. I
My
confess.
TV,
Orishas, take me
my
home.
TV is a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a
I
good boy,
confess,
man.
Mama Africa. I want to come back to
All
the
right.
motherland.
All right,
Yes, sir.
hold on, guys, hold on. Well, I mean, clearly, like, I understand, like, from the type of argument this guy tries to bring, but from me to you, you're speaking to someone who have no doubt about who he is as a person. Like, literally, like, I'm a free person. I can go wherever. Like, you people that are weak like you, like, I trample upon people like you that come in my path. It's simple. Like, literally, like, I just
I am a cockroach in the mighty Afrodamus will
Did
step on me
Africans,
if I
right?
win his
Did
race.
Africans, like, can you mute
is
this midget?
That is the
This is a
truth.
midget. Can you mute the midget so I can speak? Listen, Africans, right? When we get here, right, the first thing we do when we see you guys, right, people like you, we just say, hey, how you doing? How is life, man? Everything good? That's all we do. We don't ask anything else. We don't even have anything else in our mind. That's all we do. Trying to see if you're doing good and if life is okay. That's it. That's what
That is a
Africans
lie.
do.
You come here and you
Everything
dominate.
else that
You
you guys are
dominate on us.
creating on
You
YouTube,
slam
right?
dunk. You go to our
Listen,
HBCUs and you get better test scores.
Mike, I didn't go to HBCU. Listen.
St. James, he's clearly, the guy came here to, like, sabotage.
No.
So
I know.
But I allowed him to engage us because I know exactly where he's gonna go. So I want the others that are listening to see how these conversations go, how you supposed to handle it.
Africans, right? We don't do those things, right? But we got it. Like somebody like Mike TV, right? He doesn't even I know he doesn't even get a second of your time in real life. You don't even want to allow him to do
only
that.
online.
Only online for your donation, and showing your behind and getting money. That's it. So we can bring Vaseline to you, or we can get you anything, whatever that you like, right?
No,
but in real life, you live in America, right? You ain't got time, and no African's gonna pay you no mind. With the kind of talk that you have, then we'll never. So the only place that where you can do that is on YouTube. you know, for your donation and all these things. You know, that's it. Africans don't do that. You see, Afrodamas, I can create a channel, right? And do the same thing that guy is doing for money. Easy work. I don't like the content, you know, just to do the same thing he's doing, I can do it. I can start my channel tomorrow for donation and do the same thing this boy is doing. Easy work. So that's America, you know. People get to do whatever they want, right? But you don't want to do this because it doesn't make sense, you know. But the fact that, you know, he was asking Mike a question about, you know, like, yo, the Africans, why you doing what you doing here? And you responded like, I respect, I liked your response. You're a free man.
Yeah.
This guy is not free.
No, he's not.
Obviously,
and
when you speak, you know he's not free.
Yeah.
Right. You know, so he's like, he's on the side, right? Looking at you like, oh yeah, this guy's, he's able to make moves. He gets to go to Africa, which is a continent. Coming to America, he gets to visit Europe as well, right?
Yeah.
So he can do 2 continents at once.
I can
one
go
travel.
to the China that he speaks. I can go to China too.
You can go to China.
I can go to Russia.
You know, personally, I have been to China. So I have been many places. I'm open. But this guy's right. He spent his entire life in America. He knows nothing but America. He hasn't been nowhere else. So the fact that when you talk to him, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it why you're here. So he's built to understand that nobody else can surpass him. When the African does, you know, the anger becomes jealousy. You know, then you have to bring it out, like by asking question, why are you here?
Right.
And he's not doing that to Italian American, Irish American, Japanese American. You know, all these people who came here for whatever reason that we don't care about discussing as African. We don't care. We got here, we saw this Italian, we see all these people around us. I guarantee you, ain't no African is going to ask these people why you're here, because we don't care. That's their own stories. They get to say whenever they like. But these people, they can't get that. For some reason, they have to ask you the question, why are you here? Why you don't go to your country? Why are you, bro?
Let me read this real quick. Flexed up. Thank you for the super chat. He said, Africans were never a topic until the last few years. Please ask yourself why. Thank you for the super chat. Exactly. No, I mean, like, it's what I find, you know, fascinating is he said, I mean, you see how long it took him to answer if he's black or not. He can't even answer this question. So when I speak of freedom, he doesn't understand what freedom is. You know, like, look at how, you know, how he speaks, and a lot of them speak. It means they're not even free to think. If you if you're not free to think, if you can think, you have no freedom. He doesn't get that. Like, I have the freedom to dream big and, you know, believe in these dreams and pursue them. Okay.
Absolutely.
But he, you know, in his mind, oh yeah, this guy is fleeing. No, I still go back and forth from there. Like, how did I flee? Like, that makes no sense.
Afrodamus, how did the flee came about? The flee came about when somebody who's above him, right, who we thought is above him, said, tell the African they fled. You see what I'm saying? So they all got together and they say, you know what, whenever this African talk, we're going to tell them they fled. Right. So it's not even his own thoughts.
Right.
It's not even his own thoughts. So like you said, it's not free. So he go to places and listen to how people speak towards Africa. And he said, you know what, I'm going to repeat it. I'm going to go to Africans and tell them the same thing. But he is not even sitting. He doesn't want to sit his behind and understand why people move around in the world. He doesn't get it. You know, that's why he's like, oh, why you fled the country? Okay. Do you know that most Africans, right? I know you for sure, and I know myself for sure. Mike cannot even compare to us. He can't. Well, inside and out. What does he have? Like, so, like, yo, come on, man.
Like, come on. Look at, for example, this example here. This is why I engage the conversation. Like, Blue Jay is correct. Blue Jay said, if BA would stop teaching their children that they have been looked down upon and that white people are racist and allowed them to experience their own reality, the generational curse would disappear. 100% right. Blue Jay. Thank you for this. And
it is correct.
Because You know, like someone would say, what does this have to do with the topic? You know how, what did you see how the topic shifted? You notice how many times I put up, like I put up a topic, right? The attitude that they come in, you know, watch another time somebody can, why do you have to talk about this? You know, you gotta be careful. So they have this attitude towards Africans, right? Because they think Africans are like the soft target. Their true idea is that, oh yeah, you African, you're powerless, you can, you know, like look at that GDP. I'm asking him, what is his GDP compared to my GDP? That's what makes sense to me.
Minus 25.
Exactly. What is his GDP compared to my GDP?
You know,
so Afrodamus.
if Afrodamus, let me get this point right. I'll give you an example. Afrodamus, if you are middle class in Africa, right? You are middle class. You are making money.
He said,
Yeah.
poor, destitute, homeless person. He's telling us this as if we don't live here in America. He said they're doing better than somebody middle class in Africa.
Bro, you don't even want to get there, man. The people that are on this panel, you don't even want to get there when we talk about money. Let's be honest. Let me tell you something. A middle class person in Africa, right? Do you think it has time to join this kind of conversation in this country?
The what?
A middle class. You wouldn't even engage in those kind of conversations.
Right.
It's going to be beneath you. You're going to be like, nah, man, I don't, against this foreigner that are coming to my country for whatever reason, and I'm going to sit on my behind and talk about them like this.
Well,
I ain't even going to do that. But these people are doing it, and they're talking about they have money. What kind of money do you have? And then you spend like 80%, 90% of your time talking about somebody else's pocket and where somebody else is coming from. That's funny.
St. James, the interesting part is, right? I mean, the same thing we used to hear, like you watch on the sideline. This is the same person, the same group of people that think like this, have the same issue with white people is always looking at what somebody else has. Everybody else, you know, are getting things or living the life they are living because they are stealing from them. Okay? But like you said, you're not going to see somebody that is doing well hop on these channels and start, you know, asking, you know, Africans or Chinese or people that came from elsewhere became Americans. Why are you here in America? If you are in America, knowing, you know, what America is about, you asking that question tells me you are a loser. You don't know why people come to America?
So loser.
Like, are you kidding me?
Really? So loser. And the idea that, you know, the African that are coming here left nothing behind, it's ludicrous. It's very ludicrous. It's like for them, when they say an African here, he left nothing behind in his own land. Like, I'm like, you crazy? Who told you that? What news are you watching? What information is being given to you for you to even believe that for more than 50, 100 years? Why you believe that?
St. James, okay, if this topic is about the transatlantic slave trade and he is native to this land,
and he's here,
and the natives, yeah, in fact owned slaves, you know, black
absolutely
slaves.
They did. Like I told you, I've been to the Navajo. I live in Colorado. I know the Navajo people. I know the stories, man.
So why, you know, if he is not even, he can't even say he is black. He said they are reclassified. Like for instance, the Chinese can, just a sec. Like if people come together, they can reclassify me and say I'm an Eskimo. Does that mean I have to start calling myself an Eskimo?
So somebody else reclassified you?
Yeah.
Somebody else is get to play with you. Like, so what does that mean? What does that mean to other people on the outside looking in? If you can, if today you are Eskimo, tomorrow you are like snow. I'm like, what's going on here? Yeah, Africans never went through that. It's like we know who we are. You know, it's like I'm gonna show a picture of a black man. No, we don't want to see it. We know who we are. Wherever we go in the world, Africans know themselves. Like, especially West Africans. You don't bamboozle us. You know, like we know ourselves. Don't lump us with another group that we don't know. Come on, man. Let's not do that. The last week was this guy talking about Indians. Today's the Native Americans. What's going on, Afrodamus?
It's interesting. Go ahead, Kung Fu.
Yeah, you asked him a very interesting question. Does he think he's black?
Right.
And he couldn't answer you, right? So
Right.
he's basically doing the pretendian route. Okay, so not too long ago, he was FBA, and he was claiming FBA up and down in the house, all over the place, right? And he was following Tariq. And then when Tariq said something that he didn't like, which I don't remember, which probably had something to do with the pretendians, all of a sudden he's no longer Tariq fanatic. Now he's no longer claiming FBA, quote unquote, that I've seen.
Right.
So you asking him that question put him in a spot. I think a lot of people here that are in the chat watching are following him over on his channel and are probably thinking the same thing. But that's what he used to do. Before he got mad at Tariq, he was claiming FBA.
And also, what's with like Shinada and the others who like to come here and question me? Why am I talking about this certain topic? Oh, he said, it makes me feel good, or this is against FBA. Or he also said, for somebody from Gambia. Do you understand these people, like their mindset? This is why I bring these topics. A lot of these people are receiving 18th century education. I don't know who is teaching them, but their idea about people from Africa, like they are like I've been telling people how, small-minded most of these people are, and they don't believe me. And you guys are seeing it. This is why I allow these conversations, because they fool themselves. They literally, believe that you as an African person, you should be, in some mud hut, like you should be running around with no clothes on, like the National Geographic African. This is what they want you to be. So this is why they ask these dumb little questions. And then they would follow it by saying, oh, you fled. But now here you are. You said you live in a country born and raised with great economy, the greatest economy in the world. You can go explore the world. But no, you're not doing that, right? No, you're not doing that. You are attacking, you think you're attacking people. Why did you come to America? You came from, that small place, poor place, but it don't matter which environment, I came from or what you perceive it to be. I have the mindset, the mentality, the intelligence to be able to move around freely. Like I'm not contained in one little place. This is why I don't look at what other people do. But if you are someone who wishes they can do this, but you are holding yourself back, and I'm not your problem, or the Africans are not your problem, you can't do it because you are standing in your own way. How many Chinese or Europeans do you think this Mike TV and other so-called FBAs run into? How many Vietnamese? There is millions of immigrants here. Wherever you go, you hear people speak, have accent. But no, they think that they have the right, the audacity to question you, because in their head, you are African. They have animosity towards an African. So don't let them off easily, because they are losers. I want you to know this. You are literally dealing with a loser, and you have to treat them that way. I mean, I'm not saying dehumanize them, but, take them to task. Because you see, I allowed him to come up here and talk about slavery and agreed about the transatlantic slave trade. I know exactly where we I'm taking him to. And that's exactly where we got to. Because he couldn't even answer if he is black. And then he showed us some picture of some woman. This guy is trying to tell us that woman he showed us is a black native. Apparently now, you know, the Aztecs, you know, as darker than me. They look just like me. Like, in fact, I think some of you, you know, those of you that don't know me, that probably think I'm an Aztec, ancient Aztec warrior. No, 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 no. I am in fact African. Okay, sub-Saharan African. I am not an Aztec. For those of you that might be confused, go ahead, Kung Fu Fanta.
Yeah, I'd like to answer your question that you tried to get Mike to answer, was about how many African immigrants are actually in America. So looking it up, I remember it was somewhere around 4 million. It says 4.6 million according to 2019 reports.
Yeah.
So basically all he had to do was look that up if he didn't know. I'm sure he's actually looked that up in the past. The thing is, he doesn't want to answer questions.
Of course not. He's not going to. This is why because, you know, he said he's about receipts, right?
Right.
And I know, like, it's about the transatlantic slave trade, but he needed to come here. Like, this guy came, and hopefully, you know, he's learned his lesson that when we're talking about black stuff, FBA, we're not talking about the native Indians. So please spare us all this, like, you know, telling us about, you know, trying to tell us he got reclassified. Like, I mean, are you kidding me? Like, look at me. I'm an Aztec, but they try to reclassify me as an African. This is why I keep calling myself African. Don't you guys know? Paul said, Afridamus, you sure you're not an Olmec from Mexico? You see, even Paul is now confused. Paul thinks no, Paul, I'm an Aztec.
Olmec Indians.
Yeah, I mean, this is just entertaining. It's mind blowing. Like, I mean, it's like me going to like a Chinese stream, okay, and then I'm telling these Chinese, or like I go to like a Nigerian stream, and I'm telling the Nigerians that I'm Chinese, and they are talking about African stuff. What am I doing there? I mean, like what am I doing at these Nigerian places? You know, me seeing myself as a Chinese. It makes no sense. That's exactly what he did. He's telling us, you know, none of them. 1 minute he agreed with the transatlantic slave trade, right? Remember, he said he agreed.
Yes.
And then now he tried to play the game.
But you know why he agrees, right?
Oh, I know, because he thinks, you know, this propaganda is dirtying up Africans.
Right.
But this is based in reality education, right?
Right.
Clearly, like some people, you know, this happened many centuries ago. This has nothing to do with us. But he wants to come up here and say, okay, I agree. But then he flips it, you know, and try to change it to say, no, you know, pretty much denying that, trying to deny the transatlantic slave trade, you know, coming up with dumb numbers. Like, dude, look at like even the numbers in Africa, the population, compare it from that time to now. Like place like Nigeria is almost 300 million. Now, go look at, you know, how long it took for them to get to that. It's not very long. I don't think he understands like how populations can blow up. And also in the United States, you see how he didn't want to engage that. If they remove the one drop rule, and the people who have Irish in them, have, you know, Cambodian, or, you know, all the other mixtures, the people that have it, and they remove the one drop rule, you gotta classify as, if you're Motisa, you go to a Motisa lane. This amount of black slaves that came here, it would make sense to you, because you compare the real dark skin, real African looking versus the ones that are just classified as black. If you remove them, you remove Mariah Carey and her tribes and her tribes people, you remove Jesse Smollett and his people, I mean, like, the black numbers would drop. Like, it would literally drop. Don't you agree with that?
Most definitely.
Yeah,
you know,
it will drop.
Yeah, another thing too, I just bring it up since I am, I do have Cherokee in me, and I've been to the reservation.
Yeah,
I didn't see anybody that's African American, FBA, whoever they want to identify themselves with. I've only saw a select few, very few Caucasians there, and the only reason they were there mostly is because they were married into the tribe. It was nothing else. So this whole thing, I mean, that was when I was 8 years old. We're talking 1978 when I was there. So this whole thing that we're Cherokee this, we're Cherokee that, hardly anybody is Cherokee, and that's a fact.
Exactly.
Even Caucasians, hardly any Caucasians are Cherokee.
You remember when I, brought my, talked about my DNA test having, you remember my Indian tribe that I had Kung Fu Panther, remember?
I think it was Blackfoot.
Yes,
Yeah.
I was, Pat Blackfoot. Go ahead, King Shinad. Oh, Princess Shinad. Welcome, Princess.
Don't insult me.
What do you want to say now?
All right, why are you trying to claim that dude as black, man? You already told you he's not black.
He said he got reclassified, sir.
Yeah, I'm saying, but why are you trying to claim him?
Who?
The Mike clown.
What do you mean? How did I claim him?
You keep calling him black. He already told you he's not black.
No, I did not call him black. He did not answer.
So are you black?
Who, me? No,
Yeah.
I'm Chinese, sir.
No, don't stop playing, bro. Are you black? Yes or no?
No, I'm Chinese.
All right, so you're doing the same shit that he did. I mean, you just
sir. You asked me, right?
It's a simple yes or no,
No,
bro.
I just
black?
did.
Yes
No,
or no?
I said no. I am Chinese.
You're doing the same shit that tap dancer did as
no,
well, because y'all
no,
are both tap dancers, bro.
No, I'm not black.
You're just the African variant.
Okay, I'm not black, sir. Did that answer your question?
All right, so
yeah, I got reclassified though. They ignored what I am, but yeah, I'm Chinese.
All right, so I mean, like, what's your point of tap dancing right now?
About
Kung Fu, whatever his name is.
Oh, I'm tap dancing. Tap dancing.
It seems like he's tap dancing for you, bro.
Why would he do that? This is his show.
It just seems like it, man.
Well, okay, you keep bringing up that like he's tap dancing for this quote unquote white man.
He's tap dancing.
Why do you keep saying that?
All right, like I asked you in the beginning, bro. What is the purpose of this stream? And that's the main reason why I came up here, and I think that's what really sparked this discussion. And I'm glad it did, because it needed to be had. And,
okay. So basically, he presented his show today. It was a history lesson. So what is wrong with this history lesson?
But why are you now defending your tap dancer? Bro?
Hold on. Let me welcome.
I don't have a tap dancer.
Why are you defending your tap dancer, bro? I'm talking to him.
Shinard, why are you coming at this? Why are you? So I'm talking to you, but why are you coming at this with a racist mindset? Why are you coming at this with the racial definition of tap dancing and white and all this other stuff? Why are you doing that?
Let's welcome Shinad properly. I didn't do it properly.
Yeah, you keep
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man.
I should have saw that one coming.
Boy, he got educated feet.
Go ahead, Shinad.
You still tap dancing, bro? Why?
No, go ahead, sir.
Every time I talk, you cutting me off. You throw me in the back. Why you keep doing this now?
Because you're not saying anything. There's just...
Okay, if I'm not saying anything, bro.
No, you are not saying anything. It's like you come up here, and
bro,
for whatever reason, hold on.
If it were not for me, bro.
Hold on. I don't know.
I sparked this discussion.
Look, these FBAs, I think they scare you, and you're looking to be accepted because you're of the tether class. you're of the theater class, and you want to come here to prove to them that, oh, look at me. You know, I went over to the Afrodamus report and
Bro,
I tapped dance over there.
I call out American tap dances and I call out African tap dances.
I went over to the Afrodamus.
I don't try to impress anybody.
I went over to the Afrodamus and I challenged the great Afrodamus, and I showed him how much of a tap dancer I am. Go ahead.
So now you think I'm tap dancing for other black folks? What you saying? I look at all tap dancers the same, bro. It doesn't matter what continent you're from. Y'all are all the same. Y'all have the same mindset. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh. All right. Let's bring IAS production. IAS, welcome. What do you want to say, IAS?
Nah, I was just laughing, man, because I was on a live earlier with Kala. He said he's going to Africa. He's going to take land for free. He said he's going to do about 4 this time.
He said what? He said he's going to do what?
He said he's going to go to Africa and take land by force. He said ain't nothing we can do about it.
Which country?
I don't know where he's going to. I think he probably heading to Gambia or Liberia or something like that.
You know, like it's very interesting how, like, you know, when we do these topics, they don't come over here and express.
Oh, my goodness.
All of us, you know. What do you think about that Mike TV? You know, we don't know what he said. He's Indian, but he's here in black area. Do you know who Mike TV is?
I don't know him, man.
Do you know the other one above?
Oh yeah, I know Mike TV. I know Mike TV. You used to talk about him. It's the Motisa guy, right?
The Motisa, yeah, and also the other one above you, you know, Princess Shinad. Are you familiar with him?
No, this first time I saw that name, you know.
Yeah, that's another, you know, he's one of those FBA tap dancers. He want to be accepted as a...
I'm trying to be accepted.
FBA.
So, as an FBA. So he had to come here and show out to let them know, hey, Mansa FBA, you know, look at what I'm doing to attack, you know, the Professor Damas. You know,
isn't it funny how these people behave? It's like they think Africa is beneath them, but they always come to African spaces and trying to speak their, you know, I mean, speak their nonsense. You know, like, hey, we FBA, you guys, we superior over you, so you guys give us space. You know, that's how Kala was talking with his friend. He got some friends over there. He says they're gonna go to Africa and build. Like, we're gonna benefit from them when they come over there. When they touch food over, they're gonna benefit. They're gonna build all these hospitals and stuff and all of these. I was laughing at them the whole time. They kicked me out. So.
Hold on real quick, bro. This Paul clown, I want to know. Come up on the panel, bro.
Look, if you want to,
I think I know what that is, bro.
If you want to fight with people in the chat, just go in the chat and type it out.
Some coward hiding. That's one of CT's cowards.
Are you Shinad? Why are you always in your feelings?
Bro, I'm the one that sparked this whole discussion, bro.
Oh, okay.
You would have never had a panel if it weren't for me.
Are you sure about that?
Right? And I asked you a simple question. What was the purpose of this stream? You still couldn't answer.
Education. He actually answered that question many a times. You're just not listening and you refuse to listen. You just want to put your own narrative. You actually don't bring anything productive to any dialogue that I can tell.
All right.
You know, this is the beauty about growing up in Africa, because, you know, like, if, you know, like, some of these people, like, they didn't pay attention in school. In Africa, they paid tuition for you, right? Your mama, your parents, they paid tuition. So you're not going to waste that money.
Come back when you come home.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter, you know, it's like, you know, some of these people going to these Section 8 high schools is a problem. There's no repercussion if they don't pay attention.
All right, bro. You won. You got it. I got it. All right. I can't really argue with tap dancers or the white allies. I can't do it, man. You know, you guys got it.
I think his problem is he's mad that somebody said that's not FBA. Doesn't identify as FBA.
You won.
Wait, hold on. Paul said Afrodamus give Princess Shinad reparations.
That's that elite Clinton clown, bro. That's that little faggot that keeps hiding in the chat. Why don't you come up on the panel?
You need to be nice, okay? He's nice to you. Go ahead, St. James.
Bro, I couldn't hear the last part. What's going on?
Oh, it's just this Shinad guy who's questioning how dare, I as an African have the audacity to dare speak on the transatlantic slave trade. How dare I have the knowledge to talk about this? Because you see, I'm just a dusty little African beneath him.
That's why you have to show and prove, right?
Right.
So if you are able to do it, so anyone's to counteract, you can do it, So what, does he have a channel or what's going on?
Maybe I would start a DEI.
No, I never had a channel.
I would start like a DEI YouTube channel.
Yo, imagine someone that's never had a channel, right?
Right.
And I get so many haters because I speak the truth. No one likes the truth.
Nobody hates you. I mean, not on this
people
channel.
Sitting outside. Listen, you got people sitting outside of one of my properties filming my tenants, thinking that's me. Can you imagine that?
You already
imagine that, bro.
You already did this, with
don't even know the authority. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy.
You already did this with Chaotic, and he exposed you. You need to stop.
Nobody exposed shit, man.
Yeah, you don't have any properties.
No, I do. I do.
Chaotic filmed.
Are you a slumlord or something?
No. I know who did it.
Huh?
It wasn't, and it wasn't even Chaotic that even started that whole thing. I know who did it.
He showed it, and Shinat went crazy.
And so, they wanted me to explain. Oh, how did you acquire that property when you live in another state? Well, guess what? I had to do it a different way because it was a distressed property, and I actually fixed it up and saved up my bread and butter. So they kept trying to dig into my whole life, and then I found out I got his shit, and then. Let me not get into that, man. You got too many of these clowns that keep following me everywhere, and they don't even know they're literally barking up the wrong tree, and I keep seeing this shit.
Oh, jeez. Okay,
no, I'm heated. I'm heated right now, bro. I'm really heated.
Oh,
I'm really, really heated right now.
Okay. Thank you.
I think
no one hates your success right now, bro.
8. And we already know where he's at.
So why you worry about people that's looking for you? You shouldn't be looking for them.
Nah, it's little faggots that want some excitement in their lives, bro.
So don't give them none. So if you already achieve success, don't
ruin this.
Nah, it ain't even about that. It ain't even about that. Trust me, it's not.
He's got these Section 8 properties in the project.
Right, it's slumlord that trying to
it's people that are haters, bro. Like real talk, just haters, hiding little cowards that sit at home and play video games all day, thinking that the internet is real life to them. Don't even know they're really barking up the wrong tree. They don't get it. And you can't even try to tell these clowns how many. Like you can't even try to warn them once. Warn them. They think that shit is like a game to keep trying until you know what I'm saying. So like that's what I'm saying.
So Shinad,
and then you have again. This is my anger with all you tap dancers. Y'all don't have the same energy. Y'all can never have the same energy.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man! What you gonna do? Look out, boys! It's coming through. Yeah, man! Yeah, man! Boy, he got educated feet.
Bro, you know how many tap dancers were trying to figure out everything about me and shit, making streams about me. These it's hundreds of them, bro.
Why were they?
That's what's making me mad. Is hundreds of them.
Why were they filming your tenants?
It's not just that Paul clown is mad of them. A lot of them. Now because they're looking.
Look, Shinad, you can save this for another show.
Put it like this: I cammed up one day. Hold on, I cammed up one day and I showed my front yard. Right, the person lives near here, right, and he recognized where it was at because it's like a main street that you get into like another street.
Shinad,
and so so I'm thinking it was chaotic.
Shinad, stop crying. No. Stop crying, okay?
And the funny thing is, he was the one that literally. Never mind.
Stop crying. Let's do our closing statements.
But I'm glad I was able to confirm it. I was able to confirm it this year because I didn't know who it was. I honestly didn't know who it was. I thought I had like 3 people in mind.
I
had 3 people, and he basically exposed himself.
Look, this is not the Jerry Springer
he basically
show.
exposed himself.
This is not Jerry.
It's not Paul either. I'm not talking about Paul.
Okay,
I'm not talking about Paul.
and like
I'm
Paul
talking
said,
about.
This is not Oprah.
What you looking for? What you honestly?
Okay.
What you looking for tonight? What you looking for tonight?
Nah, I'm just saying,
but
like
you are the wrong place looking for something that you will never get.
Like he thinks he's at the Jerry Springer show.
Right. He talking to people like, do you think we're trying to listen to what you're saying right now? Honestly,
it's just like
I mean, it's like you're trying to make us jealous of you, or what is?
Why do you tap dancers do it?
No, I don't even have no legs to tap dance on anything. Like I'm asking you.
What's the purpose? What's the purpose of the stream, bro?
Bro, it's like 11 p.m. It's like 11 p.m. where I am, right? Yeah. Do you think right now I'm sitting here and trying to listen to your haters? That you going through some haters situation?
You're still here though, right?
No, but I ain't trying to listen to you right now.
So then bounce.
No. You should bounce. You bounce first because there ain't nobody trying to listen to you.
So why you here?
No, I'm here for $1,000. That's what it says.
This whole stream.
Can you read, sir? Can you read?
This whole stream would have never.
Can you read though? No, can you read though?
Bro, it
doesn't say your name, bro. Does it say your name, though?
This whole discussion would have never happened if not for me, bro.
Not for you. Nah, man. Come on. What you think? Your doodle don't stink or something?
It would have never happened.
No, because it's St. James.
I actually sparked a good discussion.
Because St. James.
And if you guys were actually listening and kind of understand.
You know, if Shina did not come here on my computer and set up this stream and then tell me and then slap me up across my head and say, Alfredamos, you better go sit in front of that microphone and
I heard Alfredamos read it.
Yeah, he
said he's high on Percocet.
He hid for a year.
This is how they build America too, you know what I mean?
He's high on Percocet, bro.
This is how they built America, you know what I mean? They're gonna tell you they built America. This is how they built
it. You see, look at what y'all are doing right now. Y'all are tap dancing for this.
Kids, stay away from drugs, man.
Y'all are tap dancing for this kung fu clan. What y'all doing right now?
See, this is the reason he came up here. He doesn't want.
Why you tap dancing right now?
Princess Shenard, why are you so mean, man? Why you mean?
Why y'all tap dancing right now? What did I do?
Why you mean?
St. James, what have I ever said to you? What have I ever said?
No. I'm just saying you trying to make us listen to something we ain't trying to listen tonight. It's Saturday, bro.
Bro, you could have logged off. You could have logged.
No. I came on the platform called Alpha before. I ain't came on your channel.
But look at you wanted to tap dance.
No, I ain't got no leg to tap dance, bro. I ain't got no leg.
What's running your mouth?
No, I ain't. You're the one doing it.
So shut up then.
Man, you zip it. Have you heard the word zip it up?
Okay,
have you heard the word zip it up?
Yes, let's
shut up.
Let's zip it up, man.
Let's do it.
Damn, man.
Stop tap dancing.
Man, are you sitting on your bed naked or something, looking for something? What's going on?
Let's do our closing statements.
I'm gonna close out and
go ahead.
You know what I mean. So I just came up here. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I just came up here to. Yeah, I just came up here to say a few things. I think the reason that Shad came up here because he saw Kung Fu Panda up here. Do you notice that every time it's a white person or somebody else that's not black up here, they come up here and say, "Oh, you have."
Bro, I was the first one to come up here.
But
when they're talking, man.
Go ahead.
You guys always come up here. They always come up here and complain about, hey, Africa, you shouldn't be talking to these people. Why are you talking to these Asian? Why are you talking to these kind of people? It's like they don't feel like we're good enough to talk to nobody. That's how you know they put these people in pedestal. You know what I mean? And I just want to give you credit too for when these black people start going to Africa, especially Genesis. When you start going to Liberia, you used to warn us. You said this guy is going over to look for land. I didn't believe you at first, but now.
Oh, you thought I was lying, huh?
Yeah, I thought you were playing like the Go Blacks to Africa. All of those people, I thought you were just talking. I just were just trolling them, you know.
Yeah.
But now I believe you because he's having a live right now. He said he has all these us guests over there. FBAs. They were like, oh, we're gonna go to Africa and take our land. They weak. They can't do nothing about it. You know what I mean? So they over there talking all that crazy stuff. So I just laughed.
Yeah. Remember how like I bet when I used to say it, you guys were like, man, Alfredamos, I know, man, the show is good, but you gotta be making this up.
I was one of those people that used to say that for real. Anyway, thanks for having me on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Kung Fu.
That's a shame, man. You had like 2 tap dancers come up here to tap to back up, to give you some backup.
Yeah, we all know that Sherrard came up here to this live stream, like every one of us is for Afrodamus, because Afrodamus had a show. That's why all of us came here, period. But yeah, I just came up just to challenge Mike TV. Basically, if he could prove this time, you know, can he actually prove against what the Immigration Act actually says, opposed to his claim that he now has this amnesia that we had a conversation on Kazorian's live one day. So that's basically all I came up for. Shenard, you're kind of a character. You're laughable. You know, I really don't know why you came up, but you sparking this quote unquote discussion, it produced nothing. So, I hope because I already said why I was here, but you produced nothing.
All right, I appreciate.
All right, let's hear from Happy New Year. Happy New Year! Welcome to the Afrodamus Report. What do you want to, say before we leave?
Afrodamus, great show. Excuse me. Yes, a little bit dry where I am. Excuse my voice.
It's dry over there?
Yeah, just it's a little cold, and I have my heater on. So I wanted to say, Shenard, this delusions of grandeur, Afrodamus, this necessity to
this
always...
a ballet dancer?
This necessity to always started something. It's I'm the one who did it. I've heard this in the workplace from them my entire career. Furthermore, this need where everyone is like following you, bothering you. One thing they do, they harass, target, bully.
Oh, this is another cult. This is another cult member, bro.
Other people.
We'll put him in the back.
I'm here listening to this man. He's lying about these distressed properties. You don't have any property. Maybe you did some investment. You didn't do anything. There's so much work that you claim that you do. You never see any product or result. You only hear them talking. They're always speaking about something they've done or what they're about to do.
Do you even?
And one thing,
he said he's the reason for this show today too.
Of course it is. Of course, it's always them. They do everything. Everything starts with them. One thing that starts with them is always chaos. Wherever you go, there's always going to be some sort of chaos, whether it be in their neighborhoods or in the workplace. That's one of the reasons why. One of the reasons why I was hoping later on you discuss the H-1B.
Or the H-1B visa, yes.
Because it goes right back to Shenard's behavior and all of their behavior. It's chaos. They will always lie. Everything this Shenard person was telling, it's so obvious he's lying. They stay perpetually lying for no reason. They will lie to a cop. They don't care because you're not accountable, nor are you obliged to do anything. You are always dependent upon others, and you see your identity. You validate your personhood towards other people. These immigrants don't do that. These immigrants come here to just work. Nobody cares about your politics. Nobody cares about your struggle. The last thing I'll say, Afrodamus, there was another live with the woman. She did not like how she claims she went to have dinner at a restaurant and a Black woman was basically telling a white man all of her problems, that I had to go to work by 5 a.m. I don't finish work till 8 p.m., just unloading her trauma, her drama. And then the white guy apparently said, oh, at 5 a.m. I'm working out. And it upset the other Black woman who was eavesdropping, which is something they do. They eavesdrop on other people's conversations a lot. Eavesdropping, gossiping, demeaning. All they do is talk about other
people. And also, why do you think they come here and try to censor? Oh, Afrodamus, why are you talking about this topic? You can talk about this. I thought they said they're FBA. They're not from the same lineage as me. Why do they care about what I talk about on my channel?
Because of attention. It's a perpetual need for attention. Everything has to be about you. You always have to be loud and attention and everybody wanting to know who you are and what you're doing. Clout, clout, clout. Attention is the number one currency. The way they obtain currency is by scamming people at the workplace, hustling people, begging, always using your struggle as a means to get money from other people. It's never work product.
I can literally make you rich.
Tell you the stories and what
I can literally make you rich. You don't even know who you're talking to.
Of course, Shenard. I'm sure you have plenty to say. Afrodamus, I'll go ahead and wrap up. I know you've been on long 3 hours.
Thank you.
4 hours.
Thank you for coming. I would actually come. Make sure you come another day. When I do this show about
the H-1B. There's a lot to share with you because, to be honest, if you are a productive Black person at the workplace, this situation that Vivek and Elon are bringing up, you should be very agnostic, because either you can work with offshore teams. Plus, remember, a lot of Africans are in technology. A lot of Black people, Black veterans, they are in technology. So there is a dog in this fight if you are a Black person. However, if you're Black, you should be able to work with Americans and non-Americans. And Black people for a whole do that. The real issue is that certain groups, they will put their racism above work. And right now, it's been 20 years, Afrodamus.
Are you from the Virgin Islands?
Money has gotten
from the Virgin Islands?
You cannot get away with the bad behavior that you were doing at the work.
You sound like someone from the Virgin Islands.
And one thing for sure, I have seen it. Black people, if they want to cause trouble at the workplace, they will partner up with white people and bring hell. They have no problem destroying business operations because it's not their money. It's always somebody else's money. And one thing with technology, Afrodamus, remember, technology serves business. There's more Google and Apple, Facebook, these are technology companies. But remember, banks use technology, insurance companies use technology, hospitals use technology, everybody uses technology. So there's so many places for us to be able to work in quote unquote IT. What happens is these Indians, they know to come in and fill a gap because certain people, they will put their racism before everything. You're wasting money. You're wasting time. Afrodamus, always remember, if a white team is taking a year to produce a product that will take an Indian team 6 months, but the Indian team will be 80% less because their quality is not there. The Indians, their quality is not there. But the thing is, they deliver. White people, okay, you know what, you deliver, let's just go. We'll pay you the money, we'll go. Because you're giving us, 80% of what we want in 6 months. A white team, if it's taking you a year, you're wasting time, you're wasting money, and nothing is guaranteed. And I have seen racism in this workplace.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Ras Moise.
Afrodamus, greeting to you, brother.
Greetings. Welcome to Negrology. You passed 101. Now you are in 103.
I was top notch.
Yes,
I was top notch. At your class.
Yes, I mean you've taken all the classes.
What you're talking about, man.
Yes. What do you think about these tap dances?
And all your courses.
Brother, you got A++. Go ahead.
Tell us about these tap dances, bro.
King Shanor, you were fellow Haitians. I don't know why you are complaining, man. I'm a fellow Haitian just like you, brother.
Bro, I don't know if you're a tap dancer, bro. I don't know if you're a tap dancer.
Okay, you can call me tap dancing, whatever you want, man. But why are you complaining, man?
Why are you up here, bro?
You are in America. I'm in America. I was welcomed by white people, man. I was not welcomed by the American people.
You should have came up here when Kung Fu was a tap dance for him, bro.
Why are you tethering?
When he left,
why are you tethering to these people, brother?
Tethering for who?
You tethering to Black Americans.
You don't even know what I am.
Don't you say you Haitian?
People think I'm Haitian. They think I'm Nigerian. They think I'm part of FBA. They don't know what the fuck I am.
Are you Haitian? Yes or no?
They don't know Then nobody knows what I am, bro.
Tell us what you are.
Because everybody wants to know what
Tell
King
us what
Shenard
you
is.
are,
What
man.
they want to know what work I used to do. They want to know. They want to try to get rich.
You know what, Rasmus?
Because if
Speak
you
to
are
him. He's not
Haitian,
gonna answer. This
Don't
guy.
even know that they're barking up the.
Look, he might even. He's
because if he's
probably think
Haitian,
he's white too.
because if he's Haitian, I can tell you for a fact.
He's Haitian.
No,
Saka fait, bro.
Okay, Nabule.
All right.
Kikot your night to sorti. Now I'm talking to you in Haitian Creole.
I'm good.
That's not what I asked you.
So you're not gonna answer the question?
I asked you where in Haiti you came from. Why are you saying to me?
I told
I'm
you,
good?
y'all don't know what I am, bro. Y'all don't know. Let's keep it
Well,
like that.
answer it then.
Fuck out of here, man.
Maybe
Everybody
you
wants to know all
everybody
about
at
King
this point,
Shenard.
man.
King Shenard this, King Shenard that. You know, and
But,
they think shit is funny. They think shit is funny, but they won't find that shit funny soon. It's crazy.
But after that, Miss, back to the topic.
Instead of minding your own business, people want to come here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, back to the topic I had. Majority of the people that what happened in the slave trade, a lot of these people, like you said, most of these people were criminals. Like there were people that were enslaved by other tribes. Of course, as you know, there were raiding tribes. That used to raid other village, and they used to sell these other tribes to slavery, and then in return, these people would avenge their fellow tribesmen that were taken to slavery, and then they would attack the people, the enslaved tribes that were taking them to slavery, and then they would sell them to slavery.
Right.
So the ones that were doing the raiding and the one that were the victims, both of them end up to slavery, and I'm a product of that. I'm a product of slave traders.
What
like
part of Haiti
in the Dahomey?
What part of Haiti are your people from? Since you want to ask you want to know all about me, right? I told you I'm good. I'm not telling you anything.
My people came from Kafou, Haiti. Kafou, you know where that is?
That's near that's in the north, right?
King Shenard, you're not Haitian, man. Kafou is in Port-au-Prince.
It's in the north, right?
No, it's not. It's not, man. But
That's not in no Cap, bro.
No, I say Kafou. I didn't say Okap. I said Kafou. Shenard, I don't think you're Haitian, bro. So I'll just leave you alone. But
what do you think I am? What do you think I am?
King Shenard, maybe you are one of those Haitians that are heavily Americanized and that is very wayward, and I don't know anything about Haiti. But let the student
Bro,
talk.
You came to America to tap dance.
King Shenard, can you allow me? Can you allow the student to talk to his professor, please?
Yes, he's a.
Were you born in Haiti, or did you?
Look,
can you put him in the back, please?
Shenard, you cannot be talking to your TA like that, okay? Go ahead.
Professor Afrodamis, the Dahomey people, a lot of them went to Haiti. That's the reason why you have Haitian voodoo. That's why you have voodoo in Haiti. A lot of Dahomey people went to Haiti.
What is voodoo? What is voodoo?
Listen, King Shenard,
ignore him. Just when you finish, I'll bring him back. This guy.
Yes. Well. Let me say what he asked me. Like voodoo came from the Dahomey people, and my people have nothing to do with voodoo. I mean, I respect voodoo. That's one of the things that free us from enslavement, regardless of the ethnic group in Africa you came from. So I respect voodoo, but I have nothing to do with voodoo. As a matter of fact, Afrodamis, you were talking about the tribe in Ghana that does that still practice slavery. Right. I know these people you're talking about. It's the Ewe people, and we have descendants of Ewe people in Haiti. They still practice that, but they don't call it they don't call it Trokosi anymore. They call it Restavek. So
that's the name, Trokosi.
Yeah, Trokosi.
Trokosi, yeah. So I'll do a show on it.
Yes. So in Haiti, we have a form of enslavement practiced by these people and their descendants. That's why when I tell you all Haitians are not the same people, a lot of times people don't believe what I'm saying.
No. I know these. because I know the history. But what is it with these people? They deny real history and they attack the professor himself.
They just hate the truth, man. They hate the truth, and I'm here to tell them the truth along with you. I mean, like the truth,
And like
once you know
princess, the princess,
the truth shall make you free.
yeah, the princess Shinnard thinks, oh, Afrodamus is saying this to feel good. What's there for me to feel good about? Like people getting raided, getting sold. Like why would I feel good about that? Like
Nah, again, I
how
was
crazy?
asking.
How crazy does that even
There's
sound?
absolutely nothing good about that because that
Right.
was the norm back in the day.
Let me first
That was
address
the
his
norm.
voodoo comment first.
Hold
First off,
on, you will get a chance. Hold on,
yeah, you keep
hold
doing
on.
that shit.
Yeah, because he.
All right, so thank you. So the voodoo in Haiti is a mixture of Catholicism and French witchcraft. All right, it does not have anything. It's sort of not. Wait, first, can you hear me, bro?
No, King
Oh, you can hear me,
Shenard,
right?
you are one.
It's a
You are one,
mixture.
King Shenard.
The original form of voodoo that was practiced in Haiti is not what it
King
actually turned
Shenard,
out to be.
Vodun is practiced by the descendant of the Dahomey, the Ewe, the Gebe people, the
Bro, voodoo
Mahi
is
people,
all
and the
traditional
Yoruba
African
people
religion is all throughout the coast.
in Haiti. Okay, so
It's in different names
these
though.
these are the people that practice Vodou in Haiti. Not all Haitian practice Vodou. You understand that?
Yeah, you don't
Not
even
all
know.
of them.
Never mind. Forget it.
Brother, I'm a thoroughbred Haitian. I was born and raised there. Okay, I got people in my family who practice that,
I
but
feel
we
like
are
I
not of
just
the
read
same
shit off
lineage.
the internet, man.
We are not- Good
Listen, I
Lord,
have a
man.
wide range of people in my family. I got Black Americans, half. I got Haitians. I have Jamaicans. I have all kinds of people in my family.
Maybe these Haitians
All
were
right.
scared of teaching you about
Even
the
Obeya,
ancient
I know I
man.
have people in my family that know all about. You know what Obeya is, right?
All right.
Who?
That's a synchronized
Look,
Obeya.
look, Shinad, stop
Oh,
interrupting me.
Jamaican's
Look,
form of.
I want to
King
close in
Shinar,
real quick. We
Obeya
gotta
is
leave soon.
Jamaican.
We gotta leave soon. Let's
Obeya has
make
to
it
do with
quick.
the Akan people. Obeya has nothing to do with the
We
descendant of
can we
the
can
Fon
we can
people
talk about
Yo,
and the
he
voodoo.
won't
Ewe
even let
people
me
in
talk,
Haiti.
bro. He won't even let me talk. He's
We
just
can
making
talk
fun of me.
about
You have another person on the show, right? Yeah, I want to say
yeah.
something.
We want to make it quick. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I was listening to the
People don't learn.
voodoo.
They don't learn. I'm telling you, they don't learn.
Well, what I want to say is very, very short and simple. The slave trade
You want to be
occur.
coward.
The slave trade. The reason why there's many people there's a mystery behind the slave trade because many people when people who are very people only people who have anxious about the truth we get to know the actual mystery behind the slave trade. The white people or the Europeans that you see today, just how you see they are influencing African leaders to do bad to their people on the continent. That was how they were influencing Africans, and they were. And I know Africans themselves play a part in it, right? Is there are some bad African people. They influenced other African leaders, and they kidnapped a lot of Africans and took them from the continent and carried them as slaves in the new world. Today we call Americans. So all those things happen, and if the only way the people over there will be free and safe is when they are serious to know the truth. Only the truth can set them free. I'm speaking as a conscious African as I'm a African who live on the continent, and I will tell you that the, the problem that people there have there is they are lost Africans and they need to look for the truth and they need to acknowledge the fact that they need the truth. And when they see the truth, they should be wise to accept the truth. They should not be looking different way to find different thing to make things complicated. Because one thing I've noticed among that one, but this one is specifically among Black Americans is this: they think that by telling like a lost African when they think about a lost African telling or African that they are pleasing them. You are not pleasing me by telling me that you are telling me that because it is for your own good. Yes. So I've noticed that among them sometimes just when they're waiting and say, oh, I love Africa. Oh, I'm ready. Just like just they can just as if they are telling
See,
you that
but
to make you to feel good, like to say they're trying to please you. It is for their own good. And if African, and how this is how Africans should feel about it, an African should be happy that you are saying that you are African because a lost soul have been found. No, yeah.
See, are you
Yeah, I'm
surprised
listening.
by how like some of these people? Why do you some of these hostile, quote unquote, claim to be tap dancing for FBA, or they don't know they're even black? They want to come and attack me for these topics. Does that surprise you? They say because I'm African, I shouldn't talk about this. Doesn't this show you how they try to look down on Africans?
Yeah, that's why I always say, I say it was a white. It was this whole thing was created as a hierarchy. Just how the white people, after the slavery, and then the white people during the slavery, they used to have a hierarchy. Among the slavery, they used to have something like a house nigger, have a few nigger. So the white people, what they did after the slavery, they said these people are now free. So what we'll do with them, they united. I'm very very sure about it. They united and they say that we are going to oppress those from the Caribbean and those from Africa, and the ones that don't want to live here, that live among here, that live among us here, because we still want to have a control over all of the black race. So the ones that are in America here, we are going to elevate them and make them feel proud about themselves, so that the others that are in the countries that they are controlling will want to be like them, was all so that every one of them can have slavery mentality. Let me tell you, those that live in Caribbean and Africa, the Caribbeans and the Africans, they are actually not slaves, they are not servants, they are the real free men. But those that decide to live with white men, they are the ones who decide to still be slaves, or still be, I mean, just put it in terms, servants,
You
because
mean
they
the
are
FBAs?
the FBAs are
I want you to
servants.
read the
So
back chat. Please,
the FBAs
read.
are
I
servants.
got you, all right?
So those servants have been elevated by their masters, and their masters make them look, because and the white people, they did it intentionally. That's why I say white people don't just do things like that by coincidence. They did it because they wanted us to look up to FBAs. That's why you see
So
in
that they
Africa,
can
yeah, those of people, the only people you can see, the only black boy we see around the world are those that don't look up to FBAs, are those who are conscious about the truth. But most black race in the world, they look up to FBAs because America have manipulated that to make the other black race to look up to FBA and make them, because and they now it's not even any kind of sad identity FBA have. The so-called culture FBA have this loose culture they are crying for, and every day something that is destroying them. I'm not saying to put them down to talk bad, right? But those things that the white people have done to them, the white people have used a lot of experimented on them
Yo,
to
you're just
destroy them, and the
rambling,
white
bro.
people want
You're
to
just
use.
rambling.
I'm not just rambling. I know what I'm saying
All
very
right,
well.
just
I've
land that
listened to
shit,
a
man.
lot
You're
of
just
FBA.
rambling. Yo,
I've
you
listened to a
see the
lot
back
of
chat,
FBA
right?
say those things.
You
And
see the back
this
chat, right?
Caribbean man, this Haiti, this Haitian man, this Haitian man who is talking right now, he probably have low self-esteem, and because he's looking
Who?
up to
He's not even
FBAs now,
Haitian.
maybe he
He's not.
think,
Who?
No, Kido, my brother, he's not Haitian. Because I try to talk to
Who
him and
has
he
low
thinks,
self? Who has low
yeah,
self-esteem?
I
Right?
don't even
what
think
I'm
it's
saying.
Haitian.
He's
I don't even
not
think it's Haitian,
So you
because
got to be
yeah,
born
I
in
don't
Haiti
think
to
it's
be
Haitian.
Haitian, right? You got to be born in
Yeah, I
Haiti to
don't
be
know.
Haitian.
listen, King Chanel, you don't have to be
You
born
just
in
like
Haiti to be
Afrikaners.
Haitian,
You can't.
but you should at least
That's
know
what
two Haitian
African
words.
immigrants say. The ones that are born over here. You ain't like us. You ain't African. So because I wasn't born in Haiti, I'm not Haitian.
No, that's
You
not
think
true at all.
we're asking you to
It's
tell
not,
to say that
how
you're
you
African
represent
because we want
yourself.
you to make us what?
How
Because
you
you're
represent
trying to please us?
I,
We're telling you
listen, hold
that
on a
because we
second.
want a lost soul to be found. That's the reason we're telling you that. We're
Just
not
don't
telling you
get it,
that because
man.
we're trying for you to please us. So by you telling us
Only
that,
get
don't
it
be
once
a
they
fool to
see it.
think that you are trying to please us.
You said what?
I said
Please,
by you telling us
allow me to say this. Allow me to say this. African
all
people
right.
are very accepting. They are very welcoming.
To
You
who?
just have to respect yourself, humble yourself, then they will accept you. African, any ethnic
Who are you
African, they are the
talking to,
most
bro? You
welcoming
talking to
people.
me?
Yes, I am addressing you, King Shannon, because you're saying that African people are very receptive, like they don't accept you. They say you're not African.
I never said none of that, bro. Why you putting words in my mouth? I never said any of
That's
that.
what you said. That's what you said a moment ago, and I'm
When
just
did I
telling you
say
that's
that?
not true. I'm telling you that's
Did
not
anybody
true.
hear me say that shit?
Yes.
Ethnic African
I
are
said that
very
shit.
welcoming.
So
They
now you're
are very
lying. You're lying
accepting.
now.
As a matter of
And
fact,
this is another form of tap dancing. Why you still lying and tap dancing, bro?
As a matter of fact, as I told my professor Aphrodamus, on many occasions, I am accepted by my people in Africa. You see what I'm saying? I'm already accepted.
Fucking
You know?
coward, bro.
I'm already
Everybody
accepted.
thought this dude was not a tap dancer, but it turns out he was hiding. He was a tap dancer in disguise. You're a coward. Not you, bro. Not you.
Things that you saying doesn't really phase me, King Shanard.
No, I'm not talking. Okay, I am talking about you. I am talking about you.
King Shanard, let me ask you this: you need to find your people in Africa. You need to find the ethnic group your ancestors came from in Africa, and then assimilate with them, and then marry within that tribe.
All right, bro. So because I came up here asking hold on. Because I came up here asking Aphrodamus, what's the purpose of this stream? You got all this to say to me.
That's his stream. He can do whatever he wish to do. You don't have to question him on
why you even up here,
stuff that he's doing. That's not your business, brother. If you don't like it, then you can switch up. You can switch it up, man. Go watch something else.
You don't have to go watch the other blacks. Talk about being Indians.
Yeah, exactly. Why are you mad? Like if they say that he's Indian, like if the guy say he's Indian, let him be.
I never said that's my point. That's my point, right? So what is your point? What are you talking about? That's what I said in the beginning. And I have to remind Aphrodamus that.
But well, we're gonna wrap it up quick.
Exactly.
Because I'm losing brain cells.
We got a fake ass FBA in the chat. Virgin Islands, man, get the fuck out of here.
All right, Shinat, chill. Shinat, can you say your piece?
All right, so like I said before, tap dancers, they come in all different shapes and all different shapes and forms. Whatever continent, whatever skin shade. All right, you're an African tap dancer. Mike is an American tap dancer. There's a lot of American tap dancers in the chat.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do?
In fact, everybody up here is a tap dancer. That's my point. And there's a lot of tap dancers that pretend not to. Pan-Africans. There's a lot of pretendians out there. They like to pretend like they know what Pan-Africanism is, but they're really tap dancers in disguise because they're too much of a coward to just say it. Like that's what women do. Like women pretend they play these little games and shit. Just say it, bro. Like,
all right, thank you.
No disrespect to women. I'm just saying, like, a lot of these tap dancers are bitches in disguise. They're pussies. They have vaginas.
He always get disrespected because it's very disruptive.
All right, thank you.
Like, just say,
hold on, Shinat, are you done?
Honest with yourselves.
Are you done? Are you done?
Be honest with yourself, bro.
Are you done, Shinat?
You guys hate black people.
All right, thank you, Shinat. All right.
You see, Aphrodamus, I was gonna ask him, like, when you said that you guys hate black people, who called them black? I mean, if the European never came to Africa and enslaved different ethnic African and brought them to the New World, I mean, we would not be calling ourselves black. They're the one that came with that word, and then they label us that words, and then we kept we kept it as a form of identity. But if we really care about Africa like that, we got to change that word and accept by what our people in Africa identify themselves as. So when you say that you guys hate black people, I mean, no, nobody hates black people here. It's just a word that European came with.
Exactly.
Nobody
classified.
Exactly, like nobody on planet Earth
Mike
is really black or
TV
white.
said, reclassified.
Right.
Thank you,
like it's sort of a species that they get to reclassify every 20 years, right? You
Right.
get to be blue
Exactly,
today, and in
man.
20 years you green, and you go by whatever they will classify you as, and you come here with a weak sauce trying to get all of us to love it. It's not gonna
It,
happen.
St.
Thank you,
James, you know what?
thank you, thank you,
St.
thank
James,
you,
you know
fellas.
what's messed up
I
about
want
that? They willfully
let's
accept
do
it.
it.
That's
Let me go get ready for tomorrow's show.
all right. After go
Thank
ahead,
you,
go ahead.
guys. And guys, that's
After that,
bringing
no,
up.
let me say one word, right?
Go ahead.
Alpha I'm happy that you showed the video today, and my takeaway from this video is this: I'm gonna side with FBAs right tonight. Those FBAs, those are the ones that said they don't have any connection with Africa, right? Just to make a better statement, if you are not connected with Africa spiritually, culturally, I don't think you should call yourself an African. Trust me, it's not going to do you good, and it's not going to do Africans any good. Africa is nothing but cultures, different tribes, different ethnic groups. We connect. We are connected to each other's by the way of our cultures. Without a culture, there is nothing Africans about us. So if you're not connected to that and you call yourself Africans, nah, sorry. For me, nah. You are just black, and I'm gonna have to go ahead and agree with you. So the idea of you calling yourself I'm African American, but I'm not connected culturally to Africa, no, it's a ruse. That's a ruse. To me, it is a ruse. If you take away culturally, there ain't nothing African about you. Nothing. If you can't connect to that part and you want to stay away from that, I'm not saying embrace everything. I'm just saying if you say, oh, I created my own culture, so there is nothing African about you.
Thank you, St. James.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. All right, Kato, last word. Make it quick.
All right. What I want to say shortly is the only solution. Yeah, I know it's a very, very hard solution. The only solution that will make them to assimilate very, very fast is to get to know the ethnic group they are from in Africa. To just get to know the family that they are related to. They
That's
should
not
read it.
that's
They should
that's
do as
not
many.
that's not possible.
Yeah, it's very tough, but
It's
they could
practically,
worry.
I think
Yeah,
it's practically impossible.
yes, it looks impossible. Yes, it
The
seems impossible, and
Africans,
that's
they
a
don't
fact, right?
nothing. They don't write anything. They can put
And
like a
that, but
region, but
the thing is, two things involved, right? But I'm a believer, right? I believe in God, and I'm a Christian. Uh, and what I believe is they should work, because maybe if people can go to church and pray to get healed, I know sometimes. Yeah, I'm saying this. I'm saying this from my heart. I'm very serious about it, right? They can do a serious prayer about that. That's why, like, to consult God seriously and do a DNA test. I believe anything is possible through God, but it's actually impossible. It very rarely looks impossible, to be honest. Why I'm saying it's true, but with God, all things are possible. They can do a serious. They can consult God and pray on that seriously, and do a DNA test. I believe God can help them. By the time you get to know the family that you are from in Africa, the whole thing settles. There was no problem. Like I know families, like, for example, I'm from the tribe I'm from in Liberia right now. I'm from the Mano tribe. So if I go to Guinea, because there are some of my tribes in Guinea. If I know one of my relatives who went to Guinea the last time, and they met a Guinea woman, and that woman was his sister. But because they got connected by family line, the woman accepted him and embraced him, and everything was very, very easy for him. So that's one of the major way getting to know your family that you are from. I know it's important. Look, it's actually a very super tough task, but with God, all things are possible. And the last thing is, all Africans, all lost Africans, by you telling an African that you are African, you are not trying to. I noticed that on this. I've noticed that recently. But by you telling an African that you are African, you are not trying to please them. You are telling them it because it is for your own good. And an African when an African listen to that, an African should be happy because a lost soul have been found. And if there
Thank you.
are any, yeah.
Thank you, Kato. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you on the next one, okay? It's
All right, for
great
them.
here. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, that's bringing us to the end of the show. Usually it's kind of hard when, I bring, high class shows like this. Some people are way too emotional for these shows, as you can see, but everyone's input is welcome here. You're free to come here and express yourself. Uh, it's not, no one's getting mad at anyone, no love lost. But at the end of the day, it's about learning the information so that uh, people can be able to differentiate, fiction and non-fictional stories. And also people who are stuck in character. A lot of the people that talk about slavery, they act like they're still slaves. They're out there picking cotton, or they're in the bottom of slave ships. Or maybe if they believe they're Indians, they are being marched by the white man on the Trail of Tears. At the end of the day, everyone learn. All right. So I hope to see you guys on the next one. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. Please like and subscribe. And I want to thank all of you, and especially those of you that supercharted to the show. Thank you so very much. I'll see you on the next one.
Lend thy ears to the Afridamers. Pay attention to the Afridamers. The true Saninke warrior. Naturalist his intelligence. As a true professor. Solution to brainwash diseases. Sit back, relax, and hear the wisdom. Afridamers will heal your minds. Sit back, reflect, you'll find no objection. Afridamers will clear your doubts here. Always log on to the Afridamers. Lend thy ears to the Afridamers. Is the truth and no doubt the Saninke warrior.